Allora, I don't know what to do.
No problem. We can see your file.
Maybe you can just try to make it bigger. Just try to make it bigger by zooming up. This is really tiny.
Like this? Better?
Oh, yeah, yeah. Yeah, that was better.
Okay, just make it smaller, these parts. Okay, so as I was saying, our presentations are very connected, okay? Not much in how the role of water in Chinese painting, but like the significance of water, okay? So all the things you said about, Thorsten said about the void, the connection with Taoism, the connection with Zen Buddhism, also with Confucianism, can be reflected also in the technical use of water in Chinese painting. So now I will introduce very shortly the tools of Chinese painting, for who doesn't know. Anyway, Chinese painting and traditional Japanese painting basically are the same. Same rules, same tools. They just, of course, they have their own evolution, but the base are the same because everything was imported by China, from China. So the Chinese painting tools are the so-called the four treasures of the room of the literati, of the studio of the literati. That is the brush, the ink, the yentai, that is the inkstone, and the paper. Okay, so the brush is central point brush, is the only shape of brush traditionally is used in Chinese painting. Then it can change sides, can change the material, and but it's always center point brush. This is because Chinese painting is rooted on lines. So with the center painted brush, it's possible to express the vitality and variation of the lines. And a different kind of brush, for example, is the Yang Hao, and so this is the brush. The white one is made with goat, sheep fur, or the one Lang Hao is made with it's translated like wolf, but they're not actually wolf, are some kind of canine, small canine animal. I don't remember the name in English of this animal. And also there is the mixed one, half and half. And what's the difference? So what's the relationship of this brush with the water? Is the quantity of water they can absorb. So the white one absorbs the most quantity of water, and the brown one is made with harder fur of the animal, absorbs less quantity of water. So already we have this relationship even with the brush in the water. Then of course we have the ink. So ink in the traditional ink is dry, has no water in it. So ink without water is useless, cannot be used, because it's just a chunk of so it's a black chunk, and the only way to make it alive is mixing with water in the in the inkstone. Okay. Also, the inkstone are extremely related to water because they are made with stones that they are found mostly in rivers. This is because they are used to the water. If we use a normal stone, when we put the water in it, the stone or will absorb the water, or will reject the water, or the stone is too hard, or is too harsh. So there is no good relationship with ink. In this, these are the different most famous kind of stones used in China to make the ink stones. Most of them are stones that they are in the water. Okay, so even the stone is related to the water. And then we have the paper. Also we have three different major kind of paper, but there are many kind of paper. But anyway, these three different major kind of different kind of paper is the Xuanzhe, Banshanshu, and Shuizhe. What that means? Shu, so the last one is is covered with a layer of oh my god, the name of this material. Now come to my mind the English name of this. This water, this paper won't absorb water. Okay. Then we have the Shen one, so with no any kind of addiction, so it will absorb water a lot. And then there is the halfway, so absorb in a lesser amount of water. And we have different expression, of course. So the way of using water also is related to the paper. Okay, so all the Chinese material are strictly related to the water. So, for example, this is a picture of a table, the classic table of the painter, and we have the brush, the paper, the ink, the inkstone, and the ball with water. Without the ball with water, it's impossible to paint. And then eventually there is another plate to adjust the quantity of water with the ink. And then there is also this mat on the background that it would absorb the excess amount of water. So everything turns around water. And this picture on the right, we see how the ink and the stone, how it works. So you just put some water in the inkstone, and then you put the ink, and you turn the ink slowly for a long time, and then it became the actual liquid ink you can use. And in this stage also you can decide. You have much from this stage you can decide how dark will be your ink. Okay, for example, if we use this kind of ink, like the modern ink already in the bottle, is just black. Okay, so it's extremely convenient because you just pour it and use it, but is much more limitation compared to the ink, compared to the ink stick. And also the quality of the ink is different because the ink stick is usually made with soot from pine trees or from different kind of oils or from different kind of lacquer, and each of material has different kind of soot, so different kind of color, so the ink can be more bluish, more reddish. Anyway, the bottle ink usually just black and gets gray with water. So, and these are the materials, and how we see already they have a deep connection with water. So we have in the history of Chinese theory, the bimo, so the ink and brush, are the most important aspect of Chinese painting. So since the very beginning, we have rules, Bifa called, and Mofa, about the using of the brush and the using of the ink. The earliest are the Bifa, the using of the brush, because from the ancient time, from the Neolithic time, we have Chinese painting is made with ink and brush, but basically are just lines, abstract lines or figurative lines, can be animals, can be water, but everything is based on lines. Then from later, many centuries later, we can say, but we from Tang Dynasty, because we have the first founding and first documents, but for sure it was since from before, start like this developing of the ink, of the Mofa, the ink technique. So the Bifa, we have from the sixth rules of painting of Schirmer. We have the second one, that is the bone method. the bone method that's the use of the brush, basically. Anyway, and then from that time to basically from the contemporary time has been written thousands of words about this Bifa and this Mofa. But weird thing is there was no Shuifa, there was no water technique. But as we said, water is fundamental to use the ink. So, and this actually was already known from, of course, from the ancient times. So we have like here some quotes like how the artists they anyway understood the importance of water in Chinese painting, of course, but was never standardized like the Shuifa, but the water technique, but the water rules, but always been like the Mofa. And so, for example, this is the Mofa. We have for the first time in the Tang Dynasty the 5 shades of ink. That's not 5 shades, but the 5 colors of ink. Okay, this is why, because the different colors of ink, they can express all the colors. So if you're familiar with Chinese painting, the bamboo is black, the mountains are black, the trees are black, basically everything is black. So it has nothing to do with what we see in the real world with our eyes, because the bamboo is not black, the mountains are not black, and the trees are not black. But when we see them, it's not weird for us because our brain automatically has the color. And we through this 5 variation of ink, we have all the colors of the world, basically. And the variation of ink we have are based on the quantity of water, of course. So it's until the beginning of the last century with Huang Binhong, the great artist of the last century. Huang Binhong, he said, we need a Shuifa because water is part of our painting lives. Nothing can be painted without water, so we need to establish a Shuifa, to establish a water rule, water technique. Water fa means it's a very broad term to mean like it means like principle, rule, and so on. But he just stated it, but he never did it. He made the 7 rules of the ink, the 5 rules of the brush, but he never made the rules of water. So was to wait Wang Bomin, that was his student, that he actually took his teacher suggestion, and he formalized these rules of water, so the 6 water methods. And so the 6 water methods and the 7 ink methods, or the general ink methods we have all across the history of Chinese painting, of course, are extremely related to each other. Okay, like always in Chinese thought and in Chinese thinking, philosophy, aesthetic, there is never a line between things. It's always in the midst. No, it's always everything merging to each other. So actually, it's kind of difficult to separate 100%. Also the Bifa from the Mofa, from the Shuifa. So from the ink, from the brush, from the water, because they are one thing. They are the spirit. They are the heart of Chinese painting. Anyway, he uses these 6 rules, but they are not even other artists. They have their own rules. So also, like this is in Chinese painting, every time you can add your own point of view and reach the tradition. Okay, for example, okay, we have the first, the Shui Tiao. It's basically the 5 shade is basically the 5 shade of inks, the 5 color of ink. Then we have the Shui demo. It's like when you put a lot of water in the ink in the brush, and then you tip it in the ink. So when you lay the brush on the paper, we have naturally this mixing between the transparency of water and the darkness of the brush, and it creates this shading. For example, we can see from this the shrimps of Chiba Shi, the body of the shrimps are made in this technique. Then we are the Shui Pomo. That means the water that breaks the ink. So when there is ink, you put water on it, and it breaks its structure. So for example, on the leaf of this part of the leaf of the lotus, or the opposite. Also, we have the mo shui. So, like for example, the body of the shrimp. So where there is on the base there is the water, and on top you put the ink, and they start this relationship to each other, no? And this kind of relationship we have in this painting. We have this outcome also because of the paper, because if he's using paper without treatment. If he was using paper with treatment, the effect would be totally different. So all the materials are in constant communication to each other. Okay. Then the other go on with other rules. There is the shui. So when you pour a lot of water, and it takes with it some ink, and when it's dry, it leaves some stains. For example, here, maybe here there is. Here, for example, this on the verge of the leaf of the lotus. Or the shui po is like the po shui and po mo. Also, they are similar. So put a lot of quantity of water on the paper, or a lot of quantity of ink on the paper, and they naturally move, and they naturally have this kind of effects. And also here, different kind of paper and different kind of quantity of water and ink have different effects. Or the pu shui is when, in the end, when your page is like by Huang Binghong, this technique, in the end, when everything is, the painting is almost dry, to put a lot of water. In this way, makes the painting more harmonic. So what's far is more connected to what's near, and unify the paintings. Okay, especially when there are big contrast, and especially when it's using a lot of dry brush. This technique will be very useful to harmonify, to put together everything, to put the painting all together. Okay. Then there are more, there are different kind of, so these are some other techniques, like to first put the water and then put powder, color powder on it. It creates some other like 3D effects. It's called like Juanshui, Juanfen, Juanshui. It's like used by Nanhua painters. There are many techniques of water, and all of them, the water is the medium to actually create these effects. Then this is the technical level. Then water has also in the Janfar, that means like is the composition. Okay, so it has through the rendering of water, we have the mist coming up, we have the mountains going far, or the water from far away. So it adds all these elements, as Thorsten was talking about, these elements that are characteristic of Shanshui painting, of Chinese painting, or Japanese painting too. So this ethereal aspects of this aesthetic ethereal aspect of the painting. And So the connection between void and solid, it helps to create the void, but also helps to connect the solid to the void. So with this, they use, for example, in this painting, we can see like this mountain here, or for example, if there are trees from far distance coming out from the mists, this is all thanks to the use of, the skillful use of water. Because if you're just using of the ink, it won't be enough. Or for example, gives the texture. For example, this is the Mi Fu and Mi Yoren painters, father and son, the Mi father and son from Song Dynasty, the painter of the south, where the south of China is characterized by extremely wet climate, a lot of water, and mist in the morning, and in always this is constant humidity. So in order to express this wetness, they render, they use the texture stroke, the Zunfa, with the water. And we have like these mountains that we really feeling the wetness of the mountains. We really feel the wetness of the mountains. Difference from, for example, the painters of the north, when everything is much more dry, the rock are very hard and dry, the trees are old and also dry because of the dry wind, whatever. Also in that situation, the water will be useful to give the three-dimensional expression to these elements. And anyway, if it's just using a dry brush will make the painting too plain. So anyway, also in this case, the water will be extremely useful to give a much more beautiful outcome to your paintings. In fact, if you see, so now I don't think later we'll see. There are also in Song Dynasty painting, like for example, like Fan Quan or Li Cheng, all these monumental mountains, very dry with just few trees, but we have a lot of render with water in order to give this 3D dimensionality to the rocks. And see, here is another painting of this is Omiyoren, and the same is to give this aspect of see, we have here in this painting we have all the elements, not all, but most important elements. We have the mist, we have the vagueness, we have the emptiness, we have the moist on the mountain, we have the water. It's not painted, so the only part basically is not painted is the water. And also this distance here, these mountains on the far away distance also rendered with water, for example, these areas. And if you see on this poem inscribed, it's not on this painting, it's in another painting that we don't have anymore, but we just have the colophon, also express this aspect, no? For example, the last verse, what said, we don't use the cinnabar on aquamarine. This is why, because we don't need the colors. Ink and water, they do everything, okay? And express these misty feelings, all these elements that connects the man, actually connect the humans, the man with the nature, because he creates this this feeling, express the feeling of the artist through the nature, and then he connects us to it through the painting. And thanks to these voids, thanks to these renders, thanks to the far away from the mist and the waters, and is the key to let the chi flow in the paintings. So one of the most important aspect of Chinese painting are these voids, the void. And chi is the key that flows the chi. In order to let flow the chi, we need to use the water. And this takes us also to the first principle of painting of Xiehe, that is the Qi Yu Shendong. So oh my God, the Qi, that the vitality, yes, okay, the expression of the vitality and the rhythm in the painting. So this most difficult principle to reach in Chinese painting. No, it's also it's impossible to teach it. The Fei Jiao Qi Yu Shendong. It's impossible to teach it, but through the water we can, of course, plus our skillness, plus our understanding of the world, plus all the background we need, but through the water we can express this rhythm of life, the vitality of things, the yes, and the Qi, the flowing of the Qi. And for example, if you see the painting of Guoxi, this is a very dry landscape, okay? But here is a huge use of water. And thanks to this use of water, we have this painting like is one whole body, and there is a constant connection, like for the mountains in front from the mountains behind. And also here this render makes the mountain higher, because if we paint all the mountain will be heavy. So also this use of water makes this mountain going up. So they give this we have the feeling of they are huge mountain, but at the same time they are light. So when we see this painting, we feel truthful. The Chinese people, we feel good. We feel comfortable. That's very important in Spanish aesthetic. And for example, here the distance, this Miyuan, like the distance of the vagueness, no? We can see these appearing and disappearing mountains. So thanks to the water, we have all the elements, all the key elements that makes Chinese painting what Chinese painting it is. Because Chinese painting is not painting reality of things, is not painting the trees how we look see the trees, not painting the rocks how they are. Of course, is this plus, this vagueness plus the mists plus the void, plus the Qi, plus everything. And it's thanks to the water we can express all these things. All the other things we use, the brush and the ink. For example, the third principle of painting of Xiehe says to paint the things how they are. Okay, so for that we use the ink to give the shading, to give more how they look like, or we use the brush, how they look. But to express this Qi Yu Shendong, we should use the water. Of course, the water with the ink and with the brush, but still, the main is the water. Then, so as mentioned before, the Miyuan is also another important aspect in Chinese painting. So this the distance of the vagueness is one of the 6 distance. It's not the distance of the 3 distance of Guoxi. So there's another 3 distance that together makes the 6 distance, and one of these is Miyuan, the distance of the vagueness, that is very important in Chinese painting because gives this effect of hundreds and hundreds of kilometers far away. So can be like a very distant, can be a very tall mountain, can be at least flowing rivers. This is a part of Wang Ximeng, the most famous painting of Wang Ximeng, the Thousand Mountains and Rivers. And also this is one aspect of Chinese painting. So the ability to paint, the possibility to paint like infinite distance in a small piece of paper. Because if we use, for example, the Western Albertian perspective, it's impossible, because anyway we have limits. Anyway, it will be something to stop our point of view. A mountain, a tree. In Chinese painting, we don't have this problem because we have 6 distance, no? And Miyuan, it gives this aspect, so like we express this infiniteness of the space, and you do it with water. And this is at the base of Chinese painting, because if we take the zombieing, the introduction of mountain and water painting, he says that we can paint thousands of li of mountains in a few centimeter piece of paper. And we do it with the use of water. So these all these technical aspects, anyway, they find their source in the Chinese. Of course, everything is connected, so they find their source in the Chinese Chinese philosophy and Chinese thinking, especially in the Taoism thinking, where water, also Thorsten, he said, where water is extremely important aspect, that is the closest thing to the Tao. Is the thing without shape, is the expression of the Wu Wei, is the expression of like the freedom, is the expression of something impossible to give shape to. And these are very important aspects that they go to express Chinese painting. The variation, bianhua, is a major aspect of Chinese painting and represent this spirit of the water and the possibility of expressing the Tao in Chinese painting. Also, this finds its root in the very beginning of Chinese painting, in the zombieing again, Shanshui, the introduction to Shanshui painting. That means tells us what's the real meaning of Shanshui Hua is to express the Tao, because normal people, they don't have the ability to understand the Tao usually. Just the higher spirits, they can see the Tao, they can comprehend it. But through the mountains and the painting, we can express the Tao. And the water is the major element to express it. Thank you very much.
Yes, thank you so much. I would like to give some opinions about your lecture from my practice for over 40 years in East Asian ink painting. I had a discussion some years ago with an art historian who asked me what's the correct way to understand East Asian art in ink. In German language, we sometimes say ink drawing. And the discussion was, is it correct to say ink drawing or ink painting? And I replied, of course, it's always ink painting, just because nothing works without water. And if you put water to the ink, you have painting. Drawing is dry, a dry method. And even if you just paint a line with black ink, you always need water, as Giacomo explained us. And as far as I can say, you never master water in painting. To master ink painting means to follow the Taoism principle of Wu Wei, because water runs its own way on the surface of the paper or the silk. And so you have to follow the water with your brush. You have to give up your concepts. And the more water you use, the more abstract your painting becomes. So water is really the essence of ink painting. So it was totally overlooked in the past. So In my opinion, this is a very, very important thing to understand, that there's not only a technique in brush and ink, but also in water. This Shuifa, as you explained in your lecture, Giacomo, is something relatively new in the theory of East Asian painting, of course. But I think really most important, and especially if we talk about the chances of a transcultural work in art using the principles of East Asian painting, you need to understand water. That's the essence.
Yeah, and also the way, sorry to interrupt you, Chinese ink painting is Shui Mofa. It's not Mofa, it's Shui Mofa. So it's water ink painting anyway, in the definition.
Yes. So Dagmar has a question or suggestion.
Yes, I have a little remark, but also maybe a question, because I know that the importance of the brush. The brush has the meaning of the yang, and the ink, the meaning of the yin. So it is the principle of the Taoistic thinking, and even in the techniques, it's important to have the right habit to use it. And so, Thorsten, your painting is not with brush, but also your paint with your nails. So now it's my question: what is the meaning of the nail? Is they are not missing the tool of the brush, because the brush has a possibility to transform the water in dark ink or light ink. So the confusion between water and ink and the top of the brush makes, I think, important influence of the paintings and of the key and the whole imagination of the paintings then.
Okay, good question. In finger painting has different aspects. It is not a technique in a common sense, but a method of no method. Everybody who tries to paint with finger instead of brush has no traditional method, because how to paint with a brush is you can learn in detail. Giacomo did this in China, for example. But how to use your finger, you can't really learn in a university or art college. The method to use your finger is the same like using your brush. And in my paintings, you won't be able to see that is painted without brush. Most of Chinese or Japanese finger painters use this method to show something more abstract in the fingertips on the paper. But my goal is not to show, oh, this is a finger painting, but to make the same efforts like using the brush. And for this reason, I can reply to you that it's really the same. You see, my hand, it's not the fingernail, it's the whole finger, and part of the hand includes several brushes. I can work like a big brush with this part of the hand, with the top of my fingertip, like a very fine hairbrush. I can make you a line even thinner than with lots of normal brushes. But it's always depending on the use of water. That's the essence.
Okay, thank you.
So for me, it's the same like you said. This is a principle of yin and yang, of course, and the body takes a part of the yang. It's heart, the fluid of the water and ink. It's the yin part.
I had a bit of a similar question for Giacomo, which is, because you're also a practitioner, right? So if you apply this idea of Shuifa to your own work, what is the most interesting thing you kind of learned from your practice, or how you expand on this?
The use of water.
Yeah. Or, did you discover something that is not covered by this existing Shuifa theory through your own practice?
But all artists, they have their own techniques in the end. Also, because these are major techniques, can be they can be like standardized, but anyway, when you go to paint, you don't have, I'm gonna use this, I'm gonna use that, and you have like the list of techniques, you just do it basically. And for example, what I love of water in Chinese painting is the ability to give the abstract aspect of the painting, because Chinese painting is abstract painting that shows things that are not abstract, basically. Okay, so like Shuifa, for example, like calligraphy, it's like a totally abstract art, but it has meaning, when you read it. Painting is the same. In fact, painting and Shuifa, they have calligraphy, they have the same techniques, they have the same materials, Shuifa, Tongyue, so you have the same origin. And so also when you paint a tree, you don't paint a tree, you paint strokes that put them together makes a pictographic character, we can say, that looks like a tree, and it's okay, that's a tree. See how I see Chinese Shanshui. And to give, so this is like the visual part, but to give the abstract element, like the actual without any shape that we can recognize, I use the water, yes. So especially when you use like the Shanshui, the Shanshuan, the paper without a lumen, this is the name of the material you put to make it impermeable to water. So the water goes by itself, okay? And it's abstract, but at the same time is also unpredictable. So you know what you're gonna do, but you cannot control it 100%. That is, I love it, because it has its own creativity, You can, of course, you can create an environment, you can put in some kind of surface, you can put quantity, of course, you give like the major direction, but in the end, it's very difficult to control it. Also, where you are, for example, if you paint in Beijing's winter, or if you paint in Guangzhou summer, it will have the same things, will be different, because the environment changes. The humidity in there, I don't know if there is wind or whatever, So it's like a connection you have with everything around you. So also this Wu Wei, this freedom of the painting itself. I love it. In Chinese painting, like, it's something, it's very difficult to have, for example, in oil painting, because oil painting, you have the total mastery, I mean, traditional one at least. You have the total control of it. In Chinese painting, you should have, yes, of course, the control of it, but there is always this part, this hidden part, this uncontrollable part. And that's the spirit of, I think is the real spirit of Chinese thinking. One of the hundreds of spirit of Chinese thinking is this, this freedom, this Wu Wei, this the rule without the rule. That's it. Yeah.
Giacomo, maybe we can say to give up control about the process to follow the water, to that Wu way in the way of painting, you know, and to reach your goal, to create painting that brings up your mind, means to give up your concepts, to follow the water and reach your goal is the same like the sentence I did read in my lecture from Tao Te Ching, you know, to give up control. Water is this element that is able to reach everything, and the problem is our illusion of being able to control everything, to overcome this concept in our own understanding and mind is that's what you have to practice for your whole life. And so each painting you start is starting from zero. Of course, you have your technique. Of course, you have your experience. But if your mind won't follow the water, nothing happens that brings you to your goal to make an artwork.
Yeah, and this is the way to be in the flow, no?
Yes.
In this, what is the first principle of one point of view? Actually, could be this the first principle of Xiao He, no, Qin Yu Shendong. So being part of this rhythm, the yun, of the life of the world,
Yes.
and how you do it, how you reach the Tao, not saying what the Tao is, no, but not knowing, empty yourself. So everything is all in the same sphere, I think.
Yeah. Okay, maybe we should start with Karolina because we're a little bit out of our timetable, I see.
Of course. But we sorry if the last two won't be here today.
Okay,
because they are
so we
in a
save some
train.
time.
Yeah,
Okay.
we are in. So we have 1 hour to spare.
Okay, great. So any more questions to Giacomo?
Yes, I have a question, Giacomo. Thank you for your speech. You said that only the students, or I understand that only the students use fluid ink or ready-made ink. So the professional artists in China don't use it, or they made it by ink and stone and so?
Not really. Actually, there are a lot of professional artists that use the already made ink.
Okay.
Because it's much more convenient, you know. And also now there is this tendency of making huge paintings. So when you go like 15 meters painting with so you spend like maybe 1 month to paint and 2 months to make the ink, basically. But for example, I also depends of these different schools, because when I studied in Guangzhou, everybody uses the normal ink, the liquid ink, because Guangzhou had a lot of influence from the West and has a different point of view. Then when I went to study in Hangzhou, when it's extremely much more traditional, and especially my teacher is very into the tradition and things, like if we see a painting made with ink, they just would yell at you and say, "Oh my God, what are you doing?" Because actually it's different. You can see the difference. Depends what's your goal, you know. If you are more visual in Western aspect and you want to create these kind of paintings like out of contrast, maybe, yeah, probably the ink won't have very influence which kind of ink you use. But when you do like in more traditional way, I mean following the traditional ideas, not technique, but at least ideas, you can see the difference because the shades of the ink are much more richer.
Yeah.
The bottle ink, when it's with water, is gray, is flat, is boring. the ink, the good ink stick, because there is also the very bad ink stick, and it's worse than the ink of the bottle. But when you can see this variation, you can see like he has some shading, he has some bluish, some reddish. He's much more has much more vitality, the ink itself. It's not empty, like it's not flat.
But Giacomo, I would like to give another answer for Marcus. I traveled China since 1988 and met really many artists, many colleagues, especially in Anhui. This is my home area in China, and it's also the home of the 4 treasures that Giacomo introduced to us. And the ink, the best ink, comes from Anhui province, from the southern part of Anhui. But I think I've met 1 or 2 painters that work with grounded ink. The others all use bottled ink. It's quite common to use it because it's much more comfortable. And as Giacomo told, the tendency of making large paintings makes it necessary to work with bottled ink. And maybe they are lazy. I have no idea why. I always use grounded ink, but I don't need so much ink like the others in large paintings. And it depends also on the paper. If you use traditional paper that's not prepared, so the ink flows on the paper in a broad manner. You need large format to paint, and you need more ink to paint. And maybe that's the reason why the modern painters love bottled ink.
I made a painting of 6 meters with the dry ink. So if you want, you can do it.
I guess it also depends
And yes,
whether you
also
have to
depends
do
on
all
the
of it.
paper.
How many
And it also-
hours you have practiced to made it fluidly, please?
But also another, I mean, a skillful painter, I don't say I'm skillful, but in general, skillful painter don't need to use much ink. Like Li Cheng, no, he uses ink like gold.
Yes.
No?
It's a principle of Liang Kai, right from Southern
Yeah.
Song Dynasty, also a Chan painter, to use ink like precious like gold, right? That's my technique. I just need some ink drops to create a painting, just very little ink. But of course, it depends on your style, on your technique, and so on.
Yeah, and
Or-
of course the paper. If you use the non, as Thorsten said, if the non treat water without aluminum, and that
Yes.
paper suck a lot of ink,
Yes.
so it makes things much more complicated.
Okay, any more questions? So, Karolina, your turn. Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you for getting us all together.
Can you first of all introduce yourself
Yes.
For the audience?
Yes. So my name is Karolina Pawlik. I'm a Polish national, but I've lived in China for 18 years. I'm based now at Yunnan University. I was for many years in Shanghai and Suzhou before. And I combined several different threads in my research. One is related to typography in China and this whole writing culture. One is related to visual culture more broadly, but with particular focus on kind of ink practice and inheritance of ink practice in contemporary context. also how it's transformed by the technology and the policies, basically. Since I am an anthropologist, I'm really interested in this question also, how tradition is being reshaped and inherited and kind of redefined in contemporary China under current policies. So I'm kind of like, I have several different projects going in parallel, and I think in a way what I'm trying to do with this paper today is try to draw from all of them a bit to present something hopefully interesting that could contribute to this conversation about water and Chinese culture. And I guess we can all agree that it's a massive task to talk about, water in Shanshui painting, about the water in the gardens of Jiangnan, about water in contemporary China, and it's kind of ecological challenges. I'm somehow trying to do all of this in one paper, so I'll have to kind of create some watery, I think, misty connections between different parts, but I hope it's going to work in the end. So when I was in Suzhou, I spent a lot of time in different gardens, kind of trying to look at this interrelationship between water and ink painting and try to understand how we can engage with water, and also what are other ways of using water to kind of and using photography and new media to kind of convey the spirit of ink into the future, because as I imagine we all hear now, there is a big question tackled by many different artists, but also by the authorities in China, how to make this how to channel this tradition into the future and make sure that it doesn't disappear. But I won't be talking about myself and my research on water and what I learned from water in the gardens of Jiangnan in the past years. I'll talk about Efstathia Milaraki, who I thought, when I saw in the descriptions of the conference, this quotation saying from Taoist flows to Heraclitean rivers, I thought, oh, this is like a perfect description of her, actually, because she combines in her work and in her education, in her background, this heritage of ancient philosophy that was so influential for Europe, with Chinese philosophy and art that she studied in China, kind of with the epitome of getting a PhD at CAFA. You can't really see her in this painting here, but that's okay, because you're going to see her later in the afternoon in a different panel in person, because she's here as well. What's important about this photo that I picked here is that it's the first painting in which she experimented with this idea that I'm going to talk more about, which is to copy a traditional acclaimed Chinese painting using fluorescent paints and UV light exposure to kind of create a new experience, a new space for contemplation of that art. And I decided to talk about her when I saw this cover paper, because I thought she was really interesting in combining this kind of two threads. One is when we're thinking about cultural fluidity and we're thinking about, what is tradition as a flow and what is art and culture as a flow, and how we carry it forward and how it transforms and how it takes different shapes, and how it can have different pace maybe at different time. But also there's this really interesting environmental dimension to this work that kind of contradicts certain tendencies that we see in contemporary China, and also creates a really interesting space, I argue, for contemplation and reconsideration, where we're heading and what water means to us and what is our relationship with nature more broadly. And so here is another photo that gives you from one of the exhibitions that kind of gives you the idea of how these paintings exposed to UV light create this kind of bubbles almost on their own for contemplation, inviting viewers to kind of step into them from this position of darkness. But I'm going to focus today on a different painting, which is East Garden. that Efstathia made in 2020, 2021, when she was in Europe. And the painting that you see, the photograph that you see on the top is in the daylight exposure, and the photograph below is the same painting under UV light exposure that creates a very different effect. Of course, it's not hard to recognize in this painting one of the most famous paintings by Wen Dongming, also called East Garden, created in 1530, and is now in the Palace Museum in Beijing. So Efstathia copied it in 1:1 scale, working partly in daylight, partly with black light to kind of create this glowing effect. And here you see her at the very beginning of the long process. Also, I forgot to say this, but I thought it's really interesting how, you know, having heard these two papers before, I guess, you know, if someone asks what are the questions that I'm asking with this paper and with this presentation, I guess one of the questions is, you know, how do we conview water, and how we kind of carry on with this water aspect of Shanshui if we gave up on the water-based materials, because as I'll show later, it has this really interesting effect of the mist and kind of glow and the three-dimensional kind of humid Jiangnan feeling, but obviously the paint is different. However, the brush is the soft Chinese brush, and the techniques are the techniques that Efstathia learned during her studies in China. And here are slides that show you the comparison between some details from Wen Dongming's painting and from Efstathia's painting, so you can get the idea. Wen Dongming's painting was originally on a silk, Efstathia's painting on canvas. And that's this photograph hopefully gives you, I mean, no photograph can really capture the experience of this painting when you are in the darkness in front of it, but it gives you the idea how it comes together with the UV lights, which depending on the size of the painting, sometimes they take kind of a form of the box within which the light is installed. So when you're looking at it, you can't really see it, but the painting begins to glow and kind of expand in space, and really kind of create that idea that, you know, you have to step into this and you have to walk in that landscape, and it gives you this really extraordinary feeling of some kind of spiritual float. And I want to contradict this concept, or maybe not say contradict, but kind of juxtapose this concept that Efstathia had after living in big Chinese cities for a long time and kind of absorbing the aesthetics of this lit up, often beautified cities. In one of the interviews with her, we talked about this idea of the kind of polluted landscapes in China. The pollution has been a big challenge for a long time. The pollution also transforms the way we see the water and the light in the city, because the kind of the optical processes change. I'm not going to get into the whole narrative of the interrelationship between the contamination and Shanshui and the landscape in contemporary art, but of course I keep that in mind in the background. What I really want to focus on is that idea of this new aesthetics that I think we clearly see emerging in China, in different heritage sites, but also natural sites that use light, technology, colors to beautify the space and to create this idea of poetic experience and some kind of float that is detached from this aggressively urbanized, quickly developing spaces that humans inhabit today. And so we see some kind of attempt to create some escapist experiences, maybe recreate some kind of lost glories of this traditional culture, and aestheticize the spaces that basically got degraded because of this quick development. On the right, we see a photograph that I took in Yangzhou when we went with friends for a short trip, and we walked along this canal that was lit up to kind of create that fairy tale feeling at night. And we heard the birds, and I told my friend, these birds are fake. I was like, these birds are recorded. And he was like, no, this can't be true. You're exaggerating. And then we walked along, and I found the speakers in the grass that were playing the sound of the birds, you know, to complete this experience of being in nature in the middle of Shanshui. But we see it really in different ways in many different cities. You know, be it Huangpu River in Shanghai that is completely transformed by the lights of the illumination at night, or be it the West Lake in Hangzhou that here in the photo is captured during the performance directed by Zhang Yimou, but of course the lake is lit up as a perfect landscape all the time, even beyond the performance shows. And as a particular case study that I think encapsulates this aesthetics, I'm taking the night tour program from the Humble Administrator's Garden in Suzhou. That is called the Duozhangwenya, and that for a few years offers this opportunity for tourists to dwell at night. It's kind of guided experience, basically because it's really impossible to enjoy the garden as the garden and as this kind of poetic, spiritual, inspiring space during daytime, because there are so many tourists inside looking for toilets, eating, you know, photographing themselves in Hanfu, and like doing all these things that were never happening traditionally in the classical garden. There's this idea that if you go at night and you buy a separate ticket, you can get this poetic experience, and you can dwell through the garden at a kind of slower pace and in a small group, and you can enjoy a bit of the technology, a bit of the cultural performance, and so you kind of get more of this immersion into the traditional culture. And it uses projections, it uses digital art, it uses light, and it's not an accident that I chose this program as a kind of parallel for thinking about how it aesthetically transforms landscapes and our relationship with nature, because of course the Humble Administrator's Garden was a very special garden for Wen Zhengming, and he was a friend with the owner, and he painted two series of views of this garden. One of them you see here on the slide from Metz Museum collection. And he had a studio in this garden, and he wrote poems about it. So it was a very special space that is very closely connected to Wen Zhengming, and people say that even the wisteria that is planted in that garden was planted by him. So even though it's not the garden that is in the painting that is kind of the main focus of me, I think it's an interesting thing to look at and think what's going on with this kind of color/light aesthetic emerging in China. So here are some examples of what's happening during this night tour in a Humble Administrator's Garden, with some mappings on the paintings, you know, I guess assuming that people wouldn't realize that the water is flowing in the painting, that it's not actually moving. And so it has to be animated with the birds and with the water flows, because I'm worried worried we're losing the capacity culturally to see that with this whole digital music culture expanding. We have 2 moons, so we have like the new moon and the moon gate. We have the fake moon that is installed for this performance above humble administrator's garden, and then of course sometimes there is the real moon in the sky that is kind of irrelevant in this whole constellation, but I think it tells us something really important and interesting about the shifting relationship with nature and indirectly with the tides, because of course if the moon is messed up, then the tides and the weather is messed up as well on Earth. There are installations that allude directly to water, like the rain one. So if you're in that pavilion, it doesn't matter what the night actually is like in Suzhou, you are experiencing and hearing digital rainwater. And I think the most interesting part for us in terms of drawing this comparison between Efstathia's effort to filter this contemporary aesthetics and combine it with traditional aesthetics are maybe these photographs with fake mist above the water in the garden and very strong colors that are supposed to create this idea of the poetic dwelling and experience. And that fits with a much bigger trend in China, where Shanshui and really different areas of traditional culture have to be combined with digital technology, and recently more and more with AI as well. So the new Shanghai Museum has this whole show that is really hard to book. I mean, you have to book the ticket in advance because it's so popular, where you're sitting in this room with this huge circular screen, and according to the museum description, you can feel the charm of the Jiangnan culture today, and you can follow the historical development of Chinese landscape. But what really happens is you're just experiencing a digital collage of different moving, scanned ink paintings. And that becomes a thing that we see more and more often, both in art spaces, in museum spaces, and also in different forms of commercials that try to play with this idea of the tradition and inheriting tradition in the kind of innovative way and blending it with the new society and life. So it all has to be immersive, it all has to be interactive, and it all has to be mediated by the screen, with very little thought about the impact on the environment in terms of energy consumption, water consumption, mineral consumption that this technology requires. And also, if we go back to these illuminations of the spaces like lakes, rivers, with no thought about the impact on the water ecosystem of those spaces, with all the light getting into the water at the time when it's supposed to be dark. And so it has all kinds of implications for the life cycles of the organisms living in it and around it. So this is kind of the context in which I wanted to sketch before coming back to Efstathia's work. So this kind of trust that, you know, we need screens and we need new technology, and we need, you know, in order to kind of match this idea of the immersive experience and articulate this new relationship we have with traditional art because of this new environment we're inhabiting today in big cities, or because of the visual culture to which we are exposed with the nightscapes of the cities, with digital art, with the screens, big and small, all around us. And I want to go back to these paintings and kind of ask how they achieve a similar effect without really I mean, at all tacking into that complicated technology, and how this idea that was so essential for both ink painting and the classical garden, that you can have a very small space that expands through your spiritual practice and your ability to wander through it and experience it in a meaningful way, how this gets captured in Efstathia's work. So I'm kind of like thinking in parallel both about the shape of water in this new artwork that kind of proposes a new take on this tradition, but also about the shape of tradition and the cultural flow, where she gave up on ink, but she didn't give up on the hand, and she didn't give up on this whole idea of the patient, persistent practice to learn and to engage with that tradition. Kind of a side note, which I think is really interesting, is that if you know, speaking about substantiality and void and kind of what is fluid and what is not in this Taoist traditional concept, I think it's really interesting how in this painting the paths in the garden that are kind of supposed to echo the idea of the river and the flow become much more flowing than they usually do in the photographs and when we see them in the daylight. And so this whole idea of the contemplation and this whole idea that instead of like going out and kind of creating bigger and bigger experiences and something more and more spectacular to supposedly reconnect with tradition, with the spiritual roots, regardless of the entire urbanization trauma or environmental crisis. Efstathia is kind of proposing again an opportunity to keep it kind of simple and keep it get back to the micro scale, where a relatively small piece, again, this painting is copied in 1-to-1 copy, and it's not, you know, a gigantic circular screen. She creates this really interesting opportunity to not deny the transformation that has happened in the world and in China and in visual culture, but go back to this idea of the contemplation of water, of waterfalls in Jiangnan, as this admiration of the flows, a fluidity of the boundaries, and kind of think about the implications. As we all know, that was part of the contemplation of water traditionally in China, also to think about implications for politics, for how we manage our relationships, for how we rule the people kind of at every level. And there are really many things to think about if we get into that position. I mean, I was really lucky and privileged to be in that position, to be with these paintings on my own in the dark space. And I have to say, when I first saw them, I mean, it's such a, the photographs really can't capture this, but because they begin to glow and because you can't really tell where the painting kind of ends, I actually had to touch the canvas. I was like, I can't believe that this is, you know, a physical material canvas objects, because it really felt like a hologram. And so that's also what I mean when I say that it's incredible how it's achieving the high-tech effects that we're now being exposed to so often in the galleries and in the museums in China and in the world, can kind of achieve it with a very thoughtful and experimental use of the very traditional techniques and materials that have been also used for a while, because it's not like the fluorescent paint was discovered in the recent years, right? So it's just the combination and the idea how you put it all together that creates this extraordinary experience. And so I guess once you find yourself in this situation with this glowing landscape in front of you that kind of seems to expand in front of you, and you face it, there are really all these different things to think about. Firstly, to be reminded that more than half of our bodies is made of water. And so when we're thinking about water, we are really thinking about ourselves as well, and about this patterns of the flow of the water and how it infiltrates the ecosystem, and of course how it gets rapidly disturbed by the climate change, and how we face all these challenges with droughts and melting glaciers and floods. It can also bring thoughts about, I recently read this article how China's really advanced in using AI-powered drones to control the clouds. So you're kind of like thinking about this Taoist idea of the clouds being the same as stones, in constant transformation and in constant fluidity. And then you're realizing that at the same time, there's this paradigm emerging in which we're going to use AI-powered drones to control the clouds and the rainfall in different territories. That's of course old research, but that had a huge impact when in 2013 the survey revealed that 28,000 Chinese rivers disappeared compared to 1950s within the 60 years of the reckless industrial development, urbanization, pollution, and broader climate disruption. And then there are kind of smaller questions too, but questions of kind of lasting significance. Where does nature in the city belong, other than the huge modern museums, right? So kind of how can we create these spaces? What does it mean today? Also, we can't own any of those paintings. I mean, I certainly can't from Song Dynasty or Ming Dynasty. But what are these other ways to kind of bring this landscapes and bring the sensitivity into contemporary society, into our daily life, and kind of have it match with contemporary sensitivity and aesthetics without giving up on essential ideas, and without kind of following this simplistic scenario that I'm worried becomes a dominant scenario that we see very often in development of cultural sites in China, which is that you kind of like make this easy equation of like something old plus new technology, and then supposedly we're inheriting it and creating a new value. But I think the process is actually much more complicated. And also, I've been reading recently, because of other paper I was working on, Merleau's concept of environmental aesthetics, and this beautiful notion he coined of reciprocity with the environment, how we experience it, how we immerse in it, and how we have this relationship of reciprocity that it requires us to take certain actions. And so we're in this constant engagement. And so how do we really experience that today in the contemporary context? And we can frame it in Arnold Bernard's terms, or we can frame it, of course, in the traditional Chinese philosophical terms, with this idea of blending into the one with cosmos that we see depicted in these paintings. And I didn't look at the time when I started, so I have no idea where I am with time. Can anyone tell me?
I don't know either, but it's okay. I just follow the flow.
Right. Oh, okay. So I'll just make okay. So then I'll just go back to this for a bit to kind of make a proper ending. So what I'm trying, I think, to kind of summarize everything I've said is that there are these different threads, different currents, we could say, that shape us today in big cities, be it in China, be it anywhere abroad. Of course, this idea of going back to any idealized past, this is not my argument. And of course, I'm very much aware that the classical garden itself was not a kind of free wild nature either. That was also a whole concept of curating nature according to certain idea of the beauty. But if we ask ourselves, how to, I think the most important question for me here is, how do we transpose that experience of contemplation of a painting, of a garden, into contemporary context, respecting all the change in the environment, in the surroundings, also in our visual sensitivity, shaped by new technologies, shaped by exposure to cross-cultural entanglements in arts and different techniques. This painting, the East Garden by Efstathia Milaraki, is really interesting case study to think about it, how we kind of can bring together all these different threads and create a new, thrilling, immersive experience without giving up on the idea of contemplation and self-cultivation, kind of spiritual connection, not just kind of aesthetic consumption experience with the nature. Thank you. And here is my email and WeChat in case anyone wanted to get in touch. Thank you.
Can you put again your PPT with your contact, please?
Yes.
Thank you.
Oh, sorry, because I'm actually, oh, sorry, yeah, because I'm totally lost now. So I'm not sharing the screen now, right? I have to screen it again. I have to share it again. I think I'm in the wrong window.
Or maybe you can tell me
yeah, okay,
contact.
okay.
Yeah, screen, share the screen.
I just looked at the wrong window, I guess. Okay, so now you see it, right?
You can also write it in the chat.
Oh yes,
know?
that's right. I can write it in the chat. That's true.
Yes, thank you so much, Karolina. You show us a very modern side of Chinese society, but you see it's not only the way of presentation in China. If you go to Dubai, for example, same thing. We just have a Van Gogh show in my hometown, which shows no Van Gogh painting, but animated shows of paintings. Maybe this is a technical way of introducing art to a much wider audience, people who are not so interested in art in detail, maybe have a nice teaser with these shows. Lots of museums try this, not only in China. This is not an art presentation in a traditional way, but it's entertainment. And of course, in China, they are always a little bit trashy in those concepts, you know. We have a German word, it's called kitsch, you know. Kitsch means it's overdone, you know. You walk into such a garden which was private originally and quiet, but now, of course, it's a public space, a museum, and no place for contemplation anymore. And to show these sceneries with lots of lights and fake birds singing and so on, and the fake moon, this is really overdone and kitsch, in my opinion. But however, you have still private gardens in China, also in Suzhou, for modern artists. People design gardens for themselves. You have both. The one part, which is, of course, a statement. You see a statement of government, and the private view of the Chinese culture is quite different. Maybe Giacomo has some experiences in this way too. What's your opinion about?
Yeah,
well,
sure,
I think the. I'm sorry.
Go.
I just wanted to clarify one thing, that there are, of course, ways in which this ancient tradition is inherited. So saying there are private gardens, there are artists who, still copy the Song Dynasty paintings, the Song Dynasty paintings with ink and brush. But what I was really interested in this paper, and what I hope to develop kind of following from this conference and this paper, is this question: how do you, embrace this hybrid aesthetics and you acknowledge all this change and all this experience without some kind of fake purism commitment, but also without falling into kitsch, right? And I think what's really interesting about Efstathia's work is that it really shows the way and shows that it's possible, that we still have this feeling of this mist, and we still have this feeling of this timeless glow, and we still have this idea that the space invites us to wander and kind of experience some spiritual transformation, but it doesn't have to be reproducing of the ancient artworks by old masters, or it doesn't have to be this kind of tacky commercial aesthetics. It finds really interesting space in between.
Of course, it's a task for artists. If you work in a very traditional manner, you have to think carefully about what you would like to express. If you paint old sceneries, ancient sceneries with Shanshui, for example, is it still modern? Is it contemporary art? That's a big question. To follow the tradition, in my opinion, is one thing. The other thing is you're a human being in the West, for example, like me. I paint since more than 40 years in these styles, but I can only say I avoid in my landscape paintings any details that make a reminiscence to the traditional Chinese painting style in the case of Chinese boats or Chinese temples or something like that. If I paint a roof, it's a roof, nothing more. It's not a Chinese roof. If I paint a boat, it's just a boat, not a Chinese boat. That's very important, in my opinion. So you can make use of this tradition without being hidden in the past, But it's always a big question. Giacomo and I discussed it just a few days ago by email. For him, for example, it's also a task. He studied traditional Chinese landscape painting. And what are you doing with this ability to paint in this style, to work as a contemporary artist?
But because the concept of it's also a misunderstanding for me of concept of what tradition is. Okay, so
Yes.
Nowhere you will find in Chinese texts that tells you should copy the ancient and stick with them. Nobody will tell you that. Okay, so in fact this happened actually in Chinese culture, happened like in Qin Dynasty, and Qin Dynasty painters were highly very bad, highly criticized by followers like Ming Guo, like Republican period and contemporary artists, because they just followed ancient without having their own point of view. So when we talk in Chinese traditional text, when they talk about tradition, it's always learn it, forget it, and do what you want to do. And just in this way, you can be remembered by your followers, because Chinese painters, there in the history have been like millions and millions of Chinese painters, but we have just few names. Why? Because most of them are just copies. Just They didn't put anything. So this is this history that, like always, makes the selection, right? So the problem now, in my opinion, China now has two souls, the Chinese soul and the Western soul. And Chinese soul is still there, is deep and is beautiful, okay? The Western soul is fake, is commercial, is capitalistic, and is kitsch, because it has no roots. It's new stuff, and like everything is like just taken and used just to commercial use. So I think what they do in these museums and things is totally have anything to do with Chinese painting, totally have to do with Chinese culture, because just how you said, showing lights, showing just collage of Chinese painting has nothing to do. Animate, the painting itself is totally madness, because it animates by itself. You don't need to animate. If you look at it with the right eyes, it animates, okay? So I think the way to be contemporary in this aspect is actually find a way, what I'm trying to do, find a way to express what are the real meaning of Chinese painting, not the beautiful scenery, not the mountain, not the tree, not this, not that, but what the deep meaning, the connection with man and nature, looking at the painting and the traveling within the mind, the Woyo, for example. I am fixated with this Woyo concept. So I try to make some works to express this thing. Like I made an installation, like with this painting I said before, like 6 meters, when you can walk in the painting in order to find a way to let the people go inside the painting, because we don't know it. Why? Because everybody, also the Chinese people, when they look at the painting, most of them, at least, probably the same people who goes to the Suzhou with the lights, and the same people who go to see Shanghai Museum, they look at the painting and they just look at it as a flat surface with things on it, and they're pretty or not pretty. But this is not Chinese painting. Chinese painting is a process of self-cultivation. Doing it and also looking at it is self-cultivation. Actually, mostly is looking at it is self-cultivation. All the collectors in the gardens, they used to look at the painting because of these reasons. So for me, being contemporary means find a way to express these concepts, because in Western, basically the Western world, the aesthetic market, the art market and the aesthetic world is Western based, generally speaking. So all these traditional ideas that are behind the Chinese painting, the unity with the nature, all the water, blah, 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 all the things we said till now, are totally forgotten now. And if you quoted Benrant, he is huge on these things, because we have this philosophy, the environmental aesthetics. Western environmental aesthetics is, the ideas are a lot in common with Chinese traditional ideas. And the cool thing is, like, most of these philosophers, they don't even know Chinese culture. So it's a polygenesis of ideas.
Actually makes Verlaine actually directly references Chinese painting.
Yeah, yes, but there are many of them, like, they don't reference to Chinese culture, but we have this. So for me, it's extremely contemporary Chinese traditional thinking, but you should know it. You should take them, you should take off from the museums, you should take off from the books, you should take off from the classrooms, because we treat it like tradition thing. When this tradition is dead, is behind a glass or in a book in a library. So this is wrong for me. So for me, this is the key.
I think it really depends how you approach it, because one of my favorite essays written on China is Pierre Reichmann's essay about the Chinese attitude to the past, and this beautiful metaphor that he makes there of the water, that traditional water that flows and shouldn't freeze and shouldn't be blocked. So I think tradition is alive and can be alive, and I think thanks to many people in China is alive. And the second thing that I would actually disagree with what you've just said is this very radical juxtaposition of like Chinese soul and Western soul, because I mean, I think it's wrong on several levels, because firstly, if Chinese values and Western values in art or in modern work could not be combined, then we wouldn't have the whole legacy of the Republican era artists, some of whom you actually referenced in your presentation. And secondly, I think the juxtaposition or this conflict we're witnessing in contemporary China when it comes to engagement with tradition and with the past is actually just the conflict between Su and Ya, and it's not like Chinese culture, capitalist culture. It's like, can you be sophisticated enough? Can you be a real scholar? Can you be a real artist, a real poet, a real Zen monk, or do you only have money and you only want to emulate this idea of being a scholar and whatever that is, collector, poet, because you have means and because you can create expensive stuff. So I think we see that. We see this kind of two competing forces in how you respond with your lifestyle, with the aesthetics, with the art that you surround yourself with in the Chinese history as well, long before the 20th century or 21st century.
Yeah, sure. I was referring like in of course, a general level. And yeah, of course, Chinese contemporary art is also this. It's also it's also the Western. This is impossible to avoid. It's also now the Western knowledge since the Republican period. But there are many ways to do this, what I'm saying. So there is the easy way and the hard way. And I'm going for the hard way of what I'm trying to say. Because, of course, when you see like also a lot of contemporary artists, and you can see the different levels. Take Su Bing. Su Bing, he took the hard way, but now he's huge, right?
Okay, it's a very important but very difficult question, and I think it's worth a topic of itself for such a meeting, you know, because to make a contemporary statement in art, like Giacomo said, he wants to be a Wenren in this modern way. It's a statement, and maybe some artists in China follow this path too, and what they express in their art is diverse, in my opinion. And on the other hand, there are a lot of blind traditionalists who just work in old styles without reflecting what they are doing. This is always the mainstream in a big country like China with so many citizens. You find the great ones and you find the mess of the unreflected. And it's the same like in all parts of society. You see, the people rush into these gardens with this overdone presentation of light and all these effects you have showed us, Karolina. And they rush into Van Gogh shows in Hanover too, in Germany or in New York or on the globe. This is Disney World, in my opinion. And the Chinese, unfortunately, like Disney World too. And they create their own Disney Worlds in small and big sizes in the cities. And on the other hand, you have artists and people who search for the contemplation, and this is always inner process, a way to yourself. If you want to share this with the society, if you want to show your paintings, it's a different question, in my opinion. To be an artist in a Wenren matter in the traditional Chinese way is a way of self-cultivation. And this is what Giacomo wants to express, as far as I understand you. Right, Giacomo?
Yeah.
Okay. But
And
Well, I
yes,
guess what I was trying to say, because we somehow
Yeah.
completely drifted. I don't know how that happened, that we completely drifted
No
away from
problem.
Efstathia's work as a Greek art, and we were discussing everything else, but not Efstathia's work.
It's really funny that
that
I'm here. I feel like I'm invisible.
that I think
Okay.
shows us exactly it. And I mean, why I wanted to talk about it and why I wanted to show this was not to, discuss whether Chinese people want to go to Disneyland, but to show that there is this fascinating way in between to blend different aesthetics and to accept the fact that we live in the era of Disneylands, in Tang Dynasty theme parks in Xi'an and everything that happens in China. And that we have this parallel threads of, what the government wants us to do with inheriting the culture and what the market expects us to do and how social media shape us to engage with it and how urban aesthetics reshape us on a daily basis and how we still choose to engage with the tradition and with the past and find a new creative way of doing it with different materials, with different aesthetics, and with the new experience also for the viewer.
Yes. Thank you so far. I understood what you wish to express. I can only say for myself, but what you showed us is very interesting on the one hand, and makes someone a little bit afraid on the other, what society is drifting to in such settings of representation of traditional culture is a great topic for discussion, in my opinion. So when we start to discuss about it, doesn't mean, in my opinion, that we were not able to understand what you want to express in your lecture, you see. But it's something, when you travel in China or you live in China, you always see those things. And as I told you before, I traveled China since 1988, and it changed totally. You see, a few years ago, my wife is Chinese, and my daughter, of course, half Chinese, and we wanted to show our daughter the birthplace of my wife. And we weren't there for 18 years, and we traveled with our daughter to the birthplace of my wife. It's a small town in the Dabieshan Mountains, and we were not able to find anything that reminded us of the past. The city was like something on the moon, My wife was a stranger in her hometown. And you see, I live in Germany, and in Hanover, nothing changed for 50 years here. Maybe some buildings, but if some would enter the past in the 1960s, you find Hanover looking much the same like today. In China, you have completely different cities. It's a totally new creation of living and lifestyle. And of course, this is Dubai in bigger and smaller sizes in all the places in China. The cities change in a few years their environment, and I think this is very strange for people on the one hand. On the other hand, it's a big task for the Chinese society, what they want to do with their traditions, with this modern way of life. And I just can say my wife and I discuss these problems whenever we decided to go to China once more. Where do we go? Do we want to go to Beijing or Hangzhou to see this, or just we want to escape into the mountains, you know? It's really difficult to say if this new lifestyle is something good for the people or not. Of course, for the natural environment, for the rivers and for pollution, it's worse. But maybe we have to look for the timetable. Maybe we can make the next step to Aurora.
Yes, I think also because we are opening millions of doors and
Yes,
topics.
yes,
It's going to be an endless conference.
Yes.
So let's keep. Okay, Aurora will be easy because she's not here. I have a video.
May I say just that I really like Sonia Fong, Karolina speech. Thank you very much.
Yes.
And maybe this discussion is very interesting, actually, because we have the idea that traditional belongs to past, and that China is past, that and Western is innovation. I don't know if you live in Western countries, but maybe you
I'm
can.
in China.
Okay.
I'm in China for the past 15 years.
Yes,
and I was first time in China in 95. So I've actually seen quite a lot.
Yes, that's what I'm saying, that Western country, that now the innovation doesn't belong to to Western.
Right.
So maybe we can have a different idea of tradition, that tradition is changing all the time, and that questions that Karolina put in her presentation are very interesting to understand how Chinese people is now leaving their tradition and innovating in the same time, and how the relationship between man and nature is changing in this contemporary world, because the world has changed, and of course this relationship that is the main question of Chinese philosophy, of Chinese way of thinking, is central in Chinese art today also. So I think that this speech has been very inspiring. Thank you very much. And nothing. I would like just to add this idea of tradition, that we should leave this equalization of tradition with past. Just this.
This is,
Thank you
I
very
think,
much.
the most important thing to do. And this is a construct that didn't exist in Chinese culture, because also the word itself, tradition, doesn't mean past. Means to chuantong, to learn and take and spread. The all the also in Chinese paintings, or like take and spread, and take, buy it, or add yourself and spread it. So it's the constant innovation of the tradition. And this is the problem. This is the very big problem, because when you cut the flow, so in this way, come back to the water. When you cut the flow of the tradition, you ruin it. And then when you make it you just pick from the past and you mix. So as you said, Karolina, take the old things and you mix with modern technology, you go to trash land, and that's useless.
We are in the technology epoch now.
I know, but you should.
We didn't
You won't
cut
take the
anything.
tradition. You don't cherry pick tradition like this and then you mix it with content with technology. I mean, doesn't make any sense for me. If you want to really merge these two things, first you should know the tradition. You go in the flow, you go in the contemporary time, you go with the technology, and you do it eventually.
I think also the beauty of the Chinese tradition is that the more you look into this, the more you realize it's actually timeless and it's kind of future oriented. So I think it's actually much easier to combine Chinese tradition and 21st century challenges than it seems, or it's often made to look, because it's so timeless and it kind of reaches to the core of many challenges and wisdom and beauty that we really need today. So I think that's like a whole other thing that we could think about.
Because inside there is a lot of already things we can use today.
Right.
So what I was saying before, Stefania, sorry.
Efstathia. So it's okay. I just want to say something because all this time you've been talking about my work, which actually we cannot see the brush strokes really. It's just like a blurred, colored thing. I'm assuming that's what you saw. Like, first of all, I have to say, I did this just because I really love tradition, ink, and all of these Chinese paintings of the past. But all this technology just came just because I was influenced, because this idea came when I was in Shanghai after 5 years. It's not like a random thing that I did in Europe. So it just took me 10 years to be able to really mingle these traditional things that I've been learning in China. And apparently, I mean, there is another aspect of my work that there was not enough time to talk about, that the materials I'm using are probably unpurposely harmful for the environment, just because I was completely influenced from that, because we cannot exclude the environment from creation. We abstract from that. Well, that's what I wanted to say. I don't know if it hasn't really been done like really on purpose, just to exclude tradition or to just look traditional in a very renewed way, because I'm not like I don't have any obligation in China to just bring and renew their tradition anymore. It's like I'm just doing something that I really respect. I really respect tradition. That's the only way I'm painting, and I'm trying to bring something into it. Thank you.
Dagmar?
Yes, I just want to say that for me it seems it is a cross-over problem of contemporary art, because what is Chinese art? This is the main question, which it's in the space actually here in this forum. For example, actually, we have in Kassel Kunstverein, an exhibition of contemporary Chinese art. And these artists, I've been in the exhibition, and I was astonished, because this is in no way influenced of traditional Chinese art. So they adapt Western art, and I suppose most of these positions studied in Europe or US in the Western world. And now my question, is this Chinese art already, or still? I don't think so, because you cannot only adapt traditions and say only this is Chinese art. And the same thing is, I think it's a really a new form of transformation, because on the other hand, we see there are artists, contemporary modern artists like Karolina in China, and they transform the pictoriality.
I'm not an artist. I'm an anthropologist.
Okay, sorry.
I just research the visual culture.
But I just want to say there are adaptations. We took from this culture and put it into another culture, and this is a cultural transformation which is really problematic because it is no intercultural discussion or dialogue, but it is a multiculti. We call it in Germany multiculti, and it is, there is nothing still authentic of the origin of the culture. That's what I like to say to this discussion.
In my opinion, if art is authentic, is a question the artists have to answer in his or her own heart, you know.
Mm-hmm.
If I feel that what I'm doing in my art expresses my inner thoughts and my inner feelings, it's authentic. And however it brings out traditions from the West or the East, that's a transcultural effect in art. But just to copy without thinking about what you're doing, of course, is not authentic. If Chinese just follow Western art traditions to be modern, this is not authentic. But they, of course, they can do so, but they have to ask their own heart and their own mind if they want to follow, to find themselves in their art. That's the deal, in my opinion. And so nobody else than the artist are able to answer this question. Maybe you have the feeling this is not authentic, the other things are authentic. For example, the people in the Western world always think that art from East Asian painters is more authentic than from Western. I don't agree in this way. You see, sometimes it's the opposite. If they don't feel what they paint, it's not authentic. You see? But Giacomo, we planned a short break on 11 a.m. Now it's half past 11. Maybe we take a short break, or shall we do the Aurora lecture?
Let's do Aurora because it's a video, so we don't have to interact.
Okay.
So your turn?
Yeah, I played. Sorry, somebody has the mic on. This one? Okay. Yeah, I have something to add, but I think we should stop adding things, otherwise we're gonna really never end this thing. You know, I want to say that. I say like 1 minute. Also, there is about authenticity of art is very interesting because in Chinese art there is there is an actually division from the artist, the Wenrenhua, we can call it artist, the literati artist, okay, literati painter, and the who does painting for work. So I like there's an artisan of painting. So one doesn't evolve, one evolves. Who doesn't evolve? The one who does for a job, because he makes his art for money to sell. So he just follows the market of the time. The Wenrenhua, he does just for fun, for himself, for the friends, and to be, as you said, Thorsten, no, authentic be itself. So in my opinion, that's the real artist. And we have this kind of challenge now in contemporary world, even in the Western world, because Western world before till the 17th century was just who did art for a job, basically, because all the painters were artisans. They had the craft. They have like the workers. They make the art. Okay. So this contemporary challenge already had been what was like the situation of China all over the history of China. There always will be like the worker of art and who works and who makes art just for himself, just because he's the where and what, just because for express himself. Okay, basta. Finished.
Maybe we give Efstathia the final word. You just.
I think she just didn't put down the sticker. I think she didn't.
No, it's the old
sticker,
one. I
right?
think. Is the old.
Yeah.
Okay.
I just don't know. Okay.
Okay.
Okay, I play the video. Oh my God, I played before. Eccolo qua. Can you see it?
Yes.
Okay.
There's no sound, Giacomo.
Sorry?
There's no sound.
No?
No.
Oh. I can hear the sound. How to do it with sound?
When you're sharing, you have to take the option saying share the source of the sound or something like this. That's how it always works.
Okay, let's try again. Background, I include sound. Great.
And to record this video. Good morning, everyone.
No?
I'm happy to be here with you today. I'm so sorry I cannot be in person to listen your talks, but for my personal reason, I had to record this video for you. First, I want to thank the organizer of this symposium, Professor Giacomo Bruni, for inviting me to present to press part for my reason and the topics I study. My work is about the contemporary arts and arts education, and I hope that after this short presentation, if you have a question, I leave my email address here. The title of my presentation is The Form of the Water, from the pictorial representation of surface waves to the cymascope. In this talk, I will explore how the representation of the water was changing over the time. I will make short comparisons between Chinese and European arts. I want to show how the water was evolved both in the style and in meaning. My presentation is divided into four many parts. In each part, I will talk about the poetics and the style of some representative artists, Chinese and European artists. My goal is to trace a philosophical and social journey of the water, both as a subject and an active presence in the earth. Well, as we know from the Neolithic period of the brocade paintings of the Qing and Han dynasties, water was often a magical decorative element. Artists used the graphic and geometric form to capture its changing shape. First one on ceramic, and the latter of the sinuous design on brocades. In these early works, water as a river waves or sea waves, no matter, was usually a background element. But at the same time, it also became a temporal elements in the narrative connection in the different scene into the continuous flow of the time. In Chinese art, water was also a bearer of the aesthetic qualities and morals of the chapters in the story. We can see in this work Nu Shen Fu Tu, admonition of the instructors to the court ladies by Gu Kaizhi. Here, water creates a fascination that mixtured spiritually and religion in paintings. In West society, we can see water had a different means. It took on a symbolical religion characters. For example, with Italian painting Giotto, it is a representation become more and more realistic. Yeah, we can see this is a fresco, Il Battesimo di Cristo, the baptism of the Christus, the water of the Jordan River, il fiume Giordano, that touches Christ's body in the transparent. Giotto paintings, it with simple descriptive lines that give body and realism to this element. He doesn't not painting the figure of Christ dissolved in the water. And but instead he decolors it and make it less clear, almost blurred. For this compare, we can see two important ideals that distinguish these two cultures in ancient art. In Chinese art, the water served as a narrative medium. It took the event out of a specific time in the story, dreamlike dimension, without a clear space. In Gukaizhi scrolls, the main chapters, Nushen, glitters lighting of the waters of the Jiangzi River. She does not cross the water. She does the water, and the water she does, and water does not cross here. The water is not just a scenic backdrop; it is a contaminative element. Yeah, in the story is also symbolic the whole tale. It is interesting to say, interesting to note that in the Chinese story, the divine and mystical function of the water is not about the purity memory. It's not about purity memory. Yeah. On the contrary, water lives together with the earthly world and created the story that unfold alongside human affair. And if you say in the Latin Middle Age, water takes a function of the purity, the memory of the early words. So we just say in Giotto's painting, water the color, the body of Christ. This finding of color in ancient art responded one question to the question of semblance. According to English artists Stoita and Corder, they say about the phantasmal imagery, using the feigning as a way not of the simple appearance, but of apparition. As well as we can see the other two important artists I want talking about. One is Ma Yuan and the other one is Leonardo da Vinci. The form of water in arts moves from the phases of the canon of line and the color to the phases of the fascination. Water was once just a symbolic religion container with purified values, but it later becomes an autonomous element and the object of the study, helping us to understand its mechanical and physical nature. In Chinese word, Ma Yuan, we can see she is a painting from the third Song dynasty, represent the sensory of the manifestation of water. But at the same time, he presents it as the contextualized and the temporalized. He shows the viewer of a memory of something experienced. In this work, 12 views of water, Shanshui Tu. Ma Yuan takes the water of the traditional landscape painting, using the technical device like a composition void in the upper part of the scroll, poetic description, and the rule of 3 distance of song painting. He creates something new. He also uses the technique of the brush following the bone structure, 古法用笔. Within but determined lines, he draws the surface of the water. His strokes are uniform, fine, and decorative, but they also express all in the hidden and intrinsic energy of the water. For example, we can see this one. This picture is Raising Waves, 乘波电缆. He used the vibrant and vigorous brushstroke to describe the powerful, impetuous waves. And the other one is the clear waters of the winter pool, 寒灯浸签. He goes for more. By careful controlling of the density and the lightness of the line, he gives us the feeling of the transparency and clarity. You almost feel you can see the pebbly bottom of the shallow pond. The beauty of these 12 paintings is that he creates a subject suspended from both the time and the place. The waves he paints, you could remind you of a stormy sea or raging river or a lake or a winter pond or a summer pond. There are 12 different ways to show the water represent both the natural and the inner world of the human memory by painting a subject in empty conception, without time, without space, and he lets us see on a scroll memory, a personal experience of earthly world the artist gives to the weaver. Also, the choice of the scroll itself is important. It tells a story of the memory that unfolds over the time. It is a linear, but also momentary and fragmentary, like an ephemeral and transparent nature of water. In contrast, we can see the Leonardo's Da Vinci manuscript. We can see incisive and concise lines full of vital energy. They break and spread, moving from the optical dimension and the physical, metaphysical, and the world of appearance. These stitches and study on the water dynamic and the mechanical looks at the water in this constant flowing and ebb. It's swelling and retreating. Something water is a flow gushing from the channel. Something is not a mass of blowing of the surface. With this ink, he captured the time and the endless movement of this clear element. In this work, we can see the empty space in the composition does not express memory. Instead, it isolates the object from its spatial context. Yeah. Instead, this allows him to study the water, and tonight is a dynamic thing. Yeah, subject of the law, the mechanical, and the physic. Through his note, the vital qualities of this element come to life. Ma Yuan represent the essence of the water. In the 21st century, he moved from the mystic on the picture surface to the oceans. Song Miyuan represent evolution from the aesthetic of a greater civilization in Mayan works to the aesthetics of marine civilization. From a technical view, Song Miyuan did not just use the traditional linearity, he combined and applied the traditional technical like a 蘑菇 boneless painting 留白 compositional void and 弹雪 snow spinning. This created a visual revolution on the visual and the technical level. He has changed the traditional role of three perspective. We can see San Yuanfa in this role, into this role of three extension. San Kuofa, he made especially from the painting the sea. The viewer first see the sea, it's not a horizontal extension, showing the endless of the surface of the ocean. The third rule of the connection to the philosophical idea. It tried to express the Western's called the sublime concept, the sense of grateful, when the representation, the deep and the mystical in the mystery of the ocean. It also tried to place the sea is just in movement, but in the time. It's not give from its endless flow or life and earthly eternity. Under its brush, you can see the sea water is no longer just arrangement of the line. It has a volume, light, shadow, and the sense of the power, and comes from modern scientific knowledge. Now we can enter to the heart of the contemporary arts. And here the water evolves from the narrative background to the sensory main chapters. It's become connected to the immersive and spiritual experience. The scroll has its our linear way to tell you a story, but the video medium, because it can give time with time and has assigned what painting and photography try so hard to express the first dimension. Well, here we can see the works of the visual Chinese artist Chen Qi. He works on the concept of the time and memory. His works generation and diffusion, 1220, Chinese title is 生成与弥散, is 42 meters long, is as considered the largest water wood cut in the world, and is made of the 2040 blocks printed one after one. The image is slowly dissolved for very dark black waves in the center of the fading wave and the sides. This show the flow of the accent from the birth to the growth to death. And after here with in collaboration with the Shuifa, he turned this iconic word into digital immersive installation with a new title, All Things. This work is a classical symbol of the water and the construct and the Reconfigurations. This work is a classical symbol of the water and the cryptor of the time are deconstructed and reorganized. Through the video technologies, a single life creates a dimensional digital body of water, producing a chaotic aesthetic similar to the mandala. This move from the easel painting to the digital art immerses the viewer in a cross-section of the water. They can feel the overwhelming pressure of the time and the existence. Well, I think one of French's philosophy, according to her book, Gerard, small book about talk about the philosophy of the sea. It is in the sea that we found the first answer about the generation and the regeneration. An idea of the existence, the appear and disappear, and the choice to return to the life or stay one or stay on the threshold is one of the themes in the work of one most important European artist, Bill Viola. Bill Viola, in the reflecting pool, a simple image of the man diving into the pool becomes a magical and mysterious event. Water, its reflections, and its changing nature become an expression of the primordial life-giving quality of the womb. The other is work, Ocean Without Score, takes up the Gothic concept of the transparencies, purification, and the symbol passage of the water. The moving frescoes styled in altar pieces in the Church of San Gallo in Venice show about 20 figures entering and leaving the screen, completely covered by the jets of water. The features slowly come into the focus. They moved from a blurry, unclear images to the clear one. This is a passage from the transparencies to revelation. In the oceans without a shore, this piece, water gives those who cross these barriers the possibility to choose to return to life. They are called back from the oblivious and rediscover life. This subject who choosing to cross and recross the water move from the coloration to the color became aware of their existence in the world, and their expression show dismay and the terror. So choice is also a theme of this work of this artist, famous Chinese artist Zhang Huang, and his performance to raise the water level of fish pond. In this performance, 40 workers immerse themselves half naked in the lake. They are physically present and they raises the water level. Now this event is above a symbol and a demonstration. It shows that the only way to connect with the nature is to let yourself be affected by it on your body. But at the same time, by specifically entering nature, ever of a moment, human present change its course. It tried to leave perishable traces that echo with the many people in existence. So now we can see the term of connected to the natural power, and we try to control and change it according to the human needs, and the feeling is the idea of containing the nature in the room. This concept is interesting. The recent work of the young Italian artist Pino Pascali, for example, we can say in the 32 metri cubi di acqua, he used 13 galvanized aluminum tanks to contain more liters of the recolored water. Fill of the frame. He does the same things. Again, the river with the tribal month. So the other same work is does the same things about this installation. The river with tribal month, with the rectangular tanks filled with water and corrugate asbestos cement covered with earth. Now, this work are a form of intimate and personal dialogue, the artist with the water. And the water is enclosed in the square of rectangular form that reminded us a mirror. It is reflection. The Western man seek the answer about himself, about the world, about him. This is our journey. that began with Ulysses' story, the voyages, the myth of Narcissus, as represented by Caravaggio, and it led us to the change of our being from the intangible liquid state or society as described, for example, Zygmunt Bauman. So, from this comparison, we can say the form of water is like transparent flesh. It is a mirror of the invisible world around us and of human memory. It is close to the life and gets so distant. Perhaps it had never fully left the human present. It showed itself in an autonomous active presence. It is always present and always changing in the human memory. It is both the forgetting of the memory and at the same time is the passage of the other metaphysical world. So thank you for your attention. If you have some question, I leave my email address. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay. Somebody has some thought about it? I guess not. So I think we can take the break, 10 minutes. What do you say?
Sorry, did you say 10 minutes?
Well, see, I think it's 10 minutes, no? No.
How
Well,
long is going to be the break?
15 minutes.
15. Okay.
15.
Okay. So a short break and 12:15 we move on in the program with Efstathia, right?
Efstathia.
Yeah, I
Good balance, it means in Greek. All right.
sounds good. Good
Yes.
balance. Yes. All right.
Okay. See you soon.
sind wir beide die Ersten.
Muss man mal ein Mikro anmachen. Ja, intensive Diskussion. Aber ich musste so zwischenzeitlich auch gerade noch mal an dich denken, deine ökologische und ökonomische Haltung zu dem Thema Ressourcenverschwendung, ne?
Ja,
Ähm, ein weites Feld. Man kann diese Diskussion natürlich ausdehnen und wird es schwer auf den Punkt kriegen. Aber es ist tatsächlich ein scharfer Kontrast, ne, der sich da in den Gesellschaften auftut. Du hast es ja genauso in anderen Gesellschaften. Geh nach Japan, die Kanto-Ebene ist der größte Ballungsraum der Welt, ne?
mhm.
Und man kann das alles nebeneinander stehen sehen und leben sehen, ne? Und wo man dann am Ende seinen Standpunkt sucht und findet, das muss jeder für sich selber auch entscheiden, ne? Man kann das künstlerisch aufgreifen, man kann es anprangern, man kann es ignorieren, sublimieren. Es ist komplex, ne?
Ja, ich finde es auch schwierig. Also ich versuche mich da mittlerweile vollkommen neutral zu sehen. Was hat man für ein Recht hier im Westen, das jetzt zu sagen, wie denn ihre
Genau.
künstlerische Entwicklung sein soll oder nicht? Ja, also guck unsere künstlerische Entwicklung an, die hat sich auch permanent geändert. Heute malt auch keiner mehr wie im 19. Jahrhundert, ja. Und so ist es bei denen genauso. Die haben auch ihre Entwicklung und muss man akzeptieren.
Naja, es gibt halt auch nicht die Entwicklung, ne?
Genau, die gibt es nicht, ja.
Ne? Also es gibt gewisse Strömungen und es gibt aber auch genügend Gegenbeispiele, ne?
Mhm.
Also wie hat Hermann Hesse in seinem Siddhartha mal so schön gesagt, eins habe ich verstanden im Leben, von jeder Wahrheit ist das Gegenteil ebenso wahr.
Genau, richtig, ja,
So
ja.
ist es.
Jedes Argument findet sein Gegenargument, von daher.
Beide Pole geben immer das Ganze. All right, Giacomo. Where's Giacomo? Giacomo is still in his break.
Was machen wir denn jetzt? Ich bin vorübergehend rausgeflogen aus der Konferenz und jetzt wieder zugeschaltet.
Wunderbar. Wir haben jetzt Efstathia, right? Pronounced?
Ja.
Hopefully. I'm working on
Ah ja.
pronunciation. See, my daughter has a Greek name, Sophia.
Mhm.
So Efstathia brings us her lecture with traces of rain.
Hey, your mic is off, eh?
So, do we want to start, Giacomo?
Yeah, sure. No, I would say like the mic.
Okay. So,
Efstathia
Efstathia need to put on her microphone, please.
Sorry.
Okay.
Do you see the screen or not yet?
Yes, everything's fine so far.
Okay.
The stage is yours.
Excuse me?
I said the stage is yours.
Okay. Well, I'm not sure. Do you want me to introduce myself? Well, I'm a painter. I'm from Greece. I did spend 10 years in China and 1 more year in Indonesia. I mentioned that just because the influences were like really tropic and very extreme when I went back to Shanghai. Therefore, like I've said, I'm a big fan of tradition, and I really did spend like, let's just say, more than a decade still copying and trying to understand the deepest roots of creation in traditional Chinese painting, and not only, because I'm also doing that in parallel with ancient, well, not ancient, but let's just say ancient mural Macedonian painting. So first, I'd like to thank the organizers of this conference, fellow colleagues and artists, for giving me the opportunity to reflect my experiences and ideas about fluidity and shape of water and its impact on the environment during creation. In this symposium, I will present for the first time a painting experiment I did in 2017 while on my PhD studies in Beijing in the field of Gongbihua, in which Rain depicts herself in an abstract, poetic way that can hopefully inspire towards renewal. For a Chinese artist or anyone who explores Chinese painting, water is the primary medium, and the medium is the message. Since with so fluid a substance can capture the energy, the vitality, the qi, and the first principle of the sixth canon in Chinese painting that gives life to the depicted theme. Taoism and even earlier Chinese philosophy could help us understand extremes in nature and how basic elements like water involved with weather phenomena and metaphysical expressions. A balance of complementary cosmic opposite forces like yin and yang in China promoted universal harmony in the past. As yin and yang join, they form life. One interpretation identifies yin and yang with the states of water. Yin, while it's in its highest form, is freezing. Yang in its highest form is boiling. Before the yin and yang dualism, around the end of the Warring States period, there was a more simple distinction of the opposites, that of the fire and the water. Among with the five Chinese classical elements, along with wood, earth, and metal. Fire and water share similarities and are later linked with yang, representing fire, and yin, water. Even though they have no life, they are moving of their own accord and are imbued with qi, vitality. Both flow and are vital to sustain life, and in their extremes, they are the most destructive forces of nature. If we look at the Chinese characters of fire and water, they are very similar. When the aforementioned pairs are linked, lightning in a storm is described as the mixture of water, yin, and fire, yang. When wood is rubbed against wood, it causes fire. When metal is held together with fire, then it flows. When yin and yang are mixed together, heaven and earth are startled. There is thunder and rumbling thereupon, and fire in the middle of water. To have rain, we need weather conditions. We need heat, we need coolness. Therefore, if we look at the Chinese characters for weather, Tianqi is literally heaven's breath, where the first character represents heaven, a man stretching up high with hands open, and the character for qi, the clouds in heaven. Even further back, like the green character is the traditional form for qi. The upper part is the vapor resulting, and the clouds resulting from the cooking pot, the rice which is being cooked in the pot. So even in the characters, we notice how metaphysical blends with practical in daily life. According to Guangji, only water has the fluidity of qi. So it's like a very basic element for creation and continuation of life. Water is the blood and qi of the earth. It resembles what courses through the veins and arteries. Water is the potential for everything. Echoing Lao Tzu, water is not insubstantial. It is soft, but it can strike down mountains and pierce rocks. Water creates structure. It is the nourishing ingredient of all that exists. In painting, water is used to dilute paint. Instead, I try to trace the water itself, understand its materiality and spiritual carrier, and highlight it as a flowing pattern of the moment and place, which was an essential experimentation for my artistic growth. An uncommon question that was intriguing me before my project with Rain started was, how would water interact with other materials, or even more interesting, or other agents like human? Could interaction with nature and equation during creation somehow reveal knowledge for oneself during the creating process? If that is beneficial for human exploration, how does it impact nature? Would it eventually elevate and inspire towards more ecological choices in art and daily life? Well, let's leave these big questions and see how these experimental project will proceed. The challenging process of the depiction of rain took part outdoors in the campus of Central Academy of Fine Arts during summer, in non-consistent rain conditions, which lasted a few hours. It consisted of the outdoor performance with rain and a further indoor process and application of Chinese silk. The painting Rain I propose to reflect is part of a series I made while my decade-long stay in China, in which I worked mostly with spray paint, where I sprayed the object on canvas, creating a black and white negative which reminds of old photography and the speed a photograph is taken. Then I return in my studio and I manipulate the work. I work with speed, outdoors, towards a more direct personal understanding that matches China's rhythm, what characterize these works. The paintings are not directly related, nor have obvious similarities as the themes are of different context and texture. In the painting Rain, I did work with speed because I felt tuned with the rain, and it was faster than usual. The raindrops were constantly rushing me, guiding its move with their coolness, activating all parts of my body, an effortless performance that lasted a while, in total 3 days. The work Rain here, you should excuse me, I did use a picture of myself spraying, but it wasn't at that moment that the experiment with rain happened, but I use it as a reference to show the process, which while I hold the paper is to keep and protect the surface of the canvas from excessive paint. The work Rain depicts an almost celestial orchestrated dance with nature that might seem as a rain ritual while spraying with black paint, the water drops touching the earth and eventually leaving a trace of the human and nature merging into one. The toxic choice of the spray was just a convenient choice that could gently touch raindrops without interfering natural rules, leaving the least human mark possible, and yet with all the necessary lightness for the depiction of nature on canvas. After the painting dried, I washed it with a sponge to remove excessive paint, letting the traces of rain finally appear. On these details here, we see the depiction before washing with the sponge. So it's like the first result that came out while it dried. After the painting dried, I washed it with the sponge, and then I took it to my studio the next day, and I did work with a fine Chinese brush. And with delicate touches, I removed a big black mark that accidentally happened in the central area of the canvas due to the mishandling of the spray. Eventually, the painting was finally brought with Chinese silk with a few centimeters distance from the painting surface, just to create these like foggy, this illusion, this very soft feeling of silk painting. And it masked actually the roughness of the outcome and began to resemble the delicate and meticulous Chinese painting style gongbi of the past. Analogous, everlasting moment of calmness and beauty, leaving behind all ecological crises of our times. In Taoism, Wu Wei, non-doing, is a key philosophical term where effortless action balances with a natural flow of life. While trying to deeper understand Chinese philosophy, the spontaneous natural flow, despite of the medium I used, was represented with delicate tracery and channeled chi that surged through each of my moves. There is no forced action, but something nevertheless happened. Water has no willful action. It did not act, yet it moved spontaneously downward from its source, following the contours of the canvas, and it was perfectly clear and reflective when it was still. Here we see the marks of the water when the surface dried, just before I wash it, and before I actually painted anything. It was like the pure outcome of the rain depicted. But this just details, it's just a few parts that I really thought were very interesting. I had to mention the canvas is just 1.5 meters, so it was really hard to handle during the process of painting and even carrying it back to my studio. Here we see another detail when the painting was already washed with a sponge. So we see more evidently the traces of rain. We can see the formations of water and the depicted flow of it. Here's like, we have a zoom of the previous image and a better understanding of the layering, and maybe the duration of the rain, which I sprayed multiple times, capturing different states of the rain. There was also a part where I left for half an hour reliving rain reflect pure order relationships, creating analogous patterns that we may face looking throughout cosmos. It could even reach the beauty of a starry night or cracked soil on a dry pond. Finally, eventually we see the full painting. To conclude, when we see creation, destruction might be near to face as well. This experimental non-action painting makes us wonder how easily the boundaries between human and nature get crossed in moments of creation, and how fluid interactions should maybe better balance to result in a renewal. Thank you for your attendance and patience.
Yes, thank you so much. Really beautiful artwork. And on the other hand, also interesting to use these principles of Wu Wei in a completely modern way. So I think this is the essence we can learn from to find our very personal path to art, using the best from East and West, like Goethe said.
Okay.
Any questions to the artist?
Yes. I have a question.
Okay.
Can you hear me?
Yes, yes.
Yes, yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
So I have a question. It's really, I mean, the process is really interesting, but it's also interesting how you show us these different details or photographs from different phases of the creation. And so I was wondering, when you think about this project as an artwork, do you consider it like this final piece, just the final piece, the artwork, or do you think this photography documentation is also part of it? Like, how do you see relationships within this constellation of images? What of that is just kind of your research archive and, you know, art archive documentation, and what is integral part of this rain artwork as you see it?
Can you just please make it more simple, because I think it's like too long, like the question, I don't know. Can you just put it more simple? Because the whole concept is really complicated, but at the same time it's very simple. And I think I do remember a small part of your question, which was like, if I visualize it before I begin, right? And I know this result and how it would look like photography.
No, the photographs that you
Oh.
showed us in your presentation,
Okay.
right? That record the
Yes.
process, that record the
Yes.
transformation of the artwork. Do you see them as integral part of the artwork, or do you see them just as side documentation? Like, what is the relationship between all the images you showed us? Photographs that you showed in your PPT part of the final artwork.
I think this is just for the archive of this specific project. And because before I even started doing this project, it was just, I really had the image, how the water would drop. It's just the outcome was surprising because I couldn't really imagine I could see the flow of gathered water at some parts of it. That I couldn't predict, or how many times I would sprain in order to just, so it's more like an experimentation and something just has to do with technique more. Technique and archive, that's it. Otherwise, I think what's left behind is when people will face it, what they will think of. Like, are they going to think this is like a really sad choice of materials? You know, maybe just really think better. Like, who can actually spray outside in the beautiful rain and keep spraying this natural phenomenon? Like, what that person was trying to do? Like, eliminate nature, or actually capture it, or destroy it, or
Poison,
I don't know. But I tend to think that my toxic choice in terms of materials has to do with my influence from my environment. Otherwise, I'm like the person who loves and adores nature the most. I don't know. So, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Mm-hmm.
Here we have another question.
Yes.
Hi, thanks very much. I think that was very, very interesting. So thank you very much first for presenting your artwork. I think the one question I have for you is, now that you've also evolved in the way you're as an artist, as you're representing your work. The one thing that has changed though is that you're trying. I mean, when you have that kind of painting, you're pretty much trying to do Chinese painting without brush. Because there's no direct stroke or line or anything which shows the human intervention other than the fact that you sprayed. And how much this has influenced the way you're working right now, as this experiment pretty much influenced the rest of your work. Because to a certain extent, you're also applying color in a different way as the Chinese tradition would usually apply color. So I'm trying to pretty much understand how you're perceiving, say you quite like tradition, how you're perceiving that tradition, and why you're trying to either add or take out from the Chinese tradition based on what you just showed us.
First of
Apologies,
all,
that was also a really long question. Apologies.
No, it's I do remember it. Okay. I just think that I do my best to really approach every aspect of traditional Chinese painting the way I can. But I'm just being honest. I don't do easy things just because they're easy. I just honestly try to approach it with a medium that really could help capture a feeling of not just these beautiful techniques with ink, but the essence of Chinese culture, like in a poetic way, in a minimal way, in a different way, because, well, first of all, I'm not Chinese. I represent and I have influences from more cultures than Greek and Chinese. I have experienced Indonesia and I've been abroad as well, but this is also not important. But I think eventually, at this point, I'm just trying to approach the best way possible because my studies have been a little bit into different categories of Chinese painting, because my master was in Shanshui and then it's going to be with figures in the PhD studies in a different place. One was in the south, the other was in the north. So also the environment affects in my approach, because I'm pretty sure I would never do something black and white in Shanghai, for example, which is like constantly colored lights are attacking the white nature, because there's a lot of time that the season is during the day is white and during the night is just black, and then it's just color influence from this artificial way. Well, let's just see how it will evolve, the artwork later. I don't know so much, you know. I just see from right now how things evolved in my work. I cannot know more about it. I just think eventually I will just take all of my influences from China and my Greek studies, because my bachelor was in Greek oil painting, not Greek oil painting, in Greece, in oil painting of West. So I'm trying to bring everything together and make some sense and record my life. You know, that's what we do, I guess, the artists, at least. Thank you for the question, both of you.
Actually, I also made a painting. You were saying something?
Okay, just I don't have a really good sound.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Also, I made a painting series about the rain, and I just have one of them. The others I didn't take picture of. If you want, I can share it. I can show you.
Sure. I would. That would be very interesting. And when you said about Shuifa, I was just wondering if someone know just working solely with water other than calligraphy in the parks, if that would be considered another way of approaching.
Yeah, sure. Actually, you know, there is like when you mix water with some like aluminum, for example, you can do the opposite, the non-paint with water, because when the aluminum puts the ink away, so you want to do the opposite. So the blank would be the ink, and the lines would be the white. Totally.
Okay.
But you can use like the free movements of water on doing this. And can you see my screen?
Yes, I do.
This, for example, this is a painting, I told you, this series of rain. So this was actually I put some paper on the floor while it was raining, and I poured some ink, and then the rainwater by itself moved the ink. So you can see from these dots are all the raindrops. And then I just, and actually
was it like a light rain or like a heavy rain?
There was heavy rain, so the rain destroyed the paper.
Yes.
So this is what I saved from that piece of paper, then I pasted on another piece of paper. So this very white is what was gone from the rain.
Okay.
And then I just added a few lines, but the thing I like of this process is I didn't have an idea what I wanted to paint. So the rain basically guided me. Yeah, and told me, this is what you're gonna paint. For example, I did another one for like this. This is with another kind of paper, so the effect is totally different, but it was the same concept. So then when the painting was dry, and then I followed what the rain was suggesting me to do.
Exactly, yes.
So this is the flowing, this is it's also did not, okay, go following the flow, okay, but also like be from the nature that suggests you the road to walk through. Also, I think this is amazing. And water, okay, water does this.
It does, yeah. It was my first experience with water, and since then I didn't try anything at all. It was the last project of this. I don't know. So let's see if I have the courage to keep going, because I never really presented it anywhere. properly with the silk. But it was without the silk, it was highly criticized from my professors. But I didn't explain the whole concept, so it's just some random watching like a painting somewhere behind a door. But yes, the water is definitely a source of inspiration because it can really reflect not just us, but how life well, not reproduces, let's not be so extreme, but how life moves forward. You know, there's a way. There is this, let's just not be so Taoistic right now, but there is definitely this spiritual level that we all reach, and we just move towards the right direction for our path. Anyway, thank you very much. I don't know the time. It's been like, if you have another question.
I may have one remark if possible.
Sure. Well, I don't know. Is it?
I'll leave that in Thorsten's hands, but looks like it. So I think what's really interesting is the fact that the drops themselves are unguided. So no one is directing those drops. It's the rain itself. So to a certain extent, you're not having to choose between the water and the mountain. There's no mountain yet. It hasn't reached the earth. It's still up in the air. So the pretty much what's really interesting is it's quite hard to differentiate in the topic of water the difference between the water, which is sometimes most of the time not colored effectively. It's emptiness, but that emptiness is the same as the one you have in the air, although you have some clouds sometimes and a bit of mist. But other than that, it is quite difficult. The mountain is here to draw the line between what's the water and what's the earth is between the water and the air. But here you've got that drop coming from the air, so it's quite difficult to differentiate the two. And then it creates, without any other shape, no mountain, no brush. So on a symbolical perspective, no mountain. On a very technical perspective, no brush. So it is it's unguided, and that fact that is unguided is probably a very pure expression of chi that flows into the painting. Doesn't mean that there's no artist, of course. Someone has to spray so that appears on the canvas. But it is a very pure way of showing that chi energy flowing through the painting, and both from a technical perspective, but also from I wouldn't say metaphysical, but from a symbolic perspective, which I hope everyone can relate. At least I can, and I think that is brilliant. Thank you.
Thank you, Julian. It's a very interesting lecture, and we learned from Giacomo. He had some experience in this way too, with totally different results. You know, one totally abstract, the other formed into traditional Chinese landscape painting. So I think it's a good example how to use one principle with individual results in art and for individual paths to creativity and to a personal expression. And of course, here nature expresses itself, you know, but without an artist, nothing happens. So thank you so much. Very inspiring, in my opinion. So we moved back to Suzhou, to the Suzhou Gardens, with the next lecture presented by Wulf Noll, who wants to talk about the soul is like water, a visit to the Blue Wave Pavilion and other walks in Suzhou. Mr. Noll, welcome, and maybe you can introduce yourself first.
Yeah, okay. I live in Düsseldorf, at the Rhine in Germany, and I'm joining from there. Father Rhine greets Mother Yellow River. Düsseldorf is a Chinese and Japanese economic center in Germany, but Shanshui, mountain and water culture, Feng Shui, and wind and water and other cultural aspects are also part of it. I had the opportunity to work at Chinese universities, at Ningbo University and famous Ocean University of China in Qingdao. The campus in Ningbo was near the sea, whereas the rural side of Ningbo features mountains, waterfalls, and deep sea bays. And the campus in Qingdao was located in the Laoshan, Lao Mountains, but it wasn't far from the sea. I loved this area, the coast of the Yellow Sea, which was also great for swimming, with Laoshan in the background. I recounted my wide range of experiences in China in literary form and in 3 major novels, a trilogy. These books even impressed Wolfgang Kubin and others interested in China. Oh, there are 1,000 pages about China as a novel. My contribution today is a literary philosophical text. I can't read the whole text here, though I'll just read an excerpt from it and reflect about Eastern and Western philosophy. The title of my contribution was mentioned by Thorsten. The soul is like water, a visit to the Blue Wave Pavilion and other walks in Suzhou. I hope that you can read later the whole story in the internet or maybe other. It is a literary story about 2 friends, one from Japan, the other from Germany, traveling together to the garden city of Suzhou, which is famous for its canals, bridges, and classical gardens. The 2 visitors are philosophers engaged in an aesthetic study of gardens. They focus on some of the great gardens, such as the garden of the master of the nets. The builder, a senior civil servant, was convinced of the elegance of life, but towards the end of his life, it was peace of mind that counted. In calligraphic script, he recorded the result of his reflections on a wooden panel. Tao is in harmony with emptiness, a state of emptiness that is mentality. Incidentally, emptiness is the 5th element in Japanese elemental theory, which is quite well aligned with Tao. I will start with an excerpt from the story. It was still early in the morning. The birds were chirping. For Robert, one of the protagonists, they were natural birds, but Masahiro, the Japanese person, he thought they were very artificial. He thought they were artificial birds. The gentleman listened to the chirping, then fell back asleep, even though they had planned to visit several gardens today, 2 of which were among the 4 most famous in China. The Garden of Lingering, Liu Yuan, and the Garden of the modest official, Shuo Cheng Yuan. The 2 visitors entered the Garden of Lingering after lunch. It dated back to the early 16th century. A long covered walkway led through the grounds, from which strollers could look out over hills, ponds, terraces, and pavilions. The walls of the walkway featured calligraphy and stone carvings. The garden was currently flooded with Japanese tour groups, which made it difficult to linger. The garden was overcrowded. Suddenly, Japanese could be heard spoken at every corner because the Japanese love gardens and want to compare them somewhat compulsively with their own gardens. And what is about the garden of the humble administrator? No, the administrator was neither simple-minded nor stupid, nor was he humble. To come straight to the point, the garden was the largest and most elaborate of all of the gardens in Suzhou. The generous official was named Wang Changchen. He had the garden built between 1509 and 1513. He entrusted the planning and designing of the garden to a skilled painter. Garden art in China means that nature, architecture, and painting are combined in an aesthetic way. In modern terms, one could say that people have always intended to intervene in nature in a corrective manner with their gardens and to create something like harmoniously coordinated total work of art. Maybe here is the German word Gesamtkunstwerk, very sehr genau, very good to use. The garden consisted of 3 parts: the center, the eastern section, and the western section. In all areas, there were charming ponds with water pavilions, but in the center, the visitors saw a large lotus pond, on the banks of which stood the Hall of Fragrance. Since it was early January, the beautiful lotus flowers were only visible in their withered form this time. Nevertheless, a delicate fragrance could be detected, but it came only from the perfume bottles of the elderly ladies. In the barren winter gardens, nature seemed to be pushed back, making the layout of the garden all the more apparent. These gardens were reduced to the essential, as the bonsai garden to the side always had been. Masahiro sank into contemplation there. However, another garden made the greatest impression: the garden of the Blue Wave Pavilion, Zhengleng Pavilion, a small quiet garden filled with secrets. The poetic garden seemed like a poem to both visitors. In fact, it had been created by a poet named Su Changken, better known as Du Fu or Simei, around 1044 during the Northern Song dynasty. The gardens of the pavilion of azure waves was located on a canal. Also, the water was no longer azure blue, but gray-brown. The reflections of sunlight still cast their magic on it. The sky was blue. Perhaps it was a sky that a small mountain with its pavilion stretched toward. In contrast to the twin pagodas, which were in a state of disrepair, the garden had survived the passage of time particularly well. Masahiro and Robert read Du Fu's verses on a plaque. A dark red lies on the woods. At the same time, the sun's rays break through the elegant bamboo. On the pavilion by the water, one could read, "We know that the soul is like water," or more succinctly, "The soul is like water." What a powerful metaphor, enough to ponder for a year. The soul is like water. The soul of a flaneur is like water. Robert Mayan lets the thought roll around on his tongue. He thought of the flow, the depths of the water, the rapid waves, and the change. In this garden, mountains, Shan, and water, Shuifa, truly come together. It is the oldest of all existing classical gardens in Suzhou. It features a series of artificial mountains covered with towering old trees and bamboo. Mountains and simple but beautiful buildings with lattice windows and wide areas of water alternate with each other. This is a unique complex among the classical gardens of Suzhou. The garden was originally owned by a prince, but was purchased by Du Fu during the Northern Song dynasty. He named it the Pavilion of Dark Blue Waves. The garden was later rebuilt several times. Zangleng Pavilion is located next to a large pond. The water flowing from this pond surrounds half of the garden. Adjacent to the water are winding corridors, rocks, gardens, and ancient trees. The type of arrangement mixes views from outside and inside the garden. This garden design ultimately reflects Taoist philosophy, as the various elements are complemented by emptiness, and even more so, the search of the highest meaning, the soul or the state of mentality. The soul, in a special sense, is discussed in the often paradoxical philosophy of Taoist philosophers. For example, in Zhang's, I'm thinking of the butterfly parable, or Lear's, on the art of riding in the wind. I would like to refer here to Wolfgang Kubin's Classics of Chinese Thought. More on, for Taoists, is water one of the strongest symbols of the Tao, the cosmic path, and embodies the ideal of the highest good and the philosophy of Wu Wei, active, non-action. It stands for gentle strength, flexibility, adaptability, and is a part of Chinese natural and social philosophy. To talk about the significance of water in East and West is a part of comparative philosophy. As one of the four elements, water is a fundamental part of the classical four-element theory, fire, water, earth, air, but put forward by Thales of Miletus, Heraclitus, and Aristotle. These old Greek philosophers assumed that the earth floats on water. Very interesting. The earth floats on water. The Japanese doctrine of the elements is similar, except that instead of air, they speak of wind. But the famous void or emptiness is added as an element, whereas the Chinese doctrine of the elements recognizes fire, earth, water, wood, and metal. This question of which is more accurate is irrelevant, because the idea that matter consists of 4 or 5 basic substances has been replaced in nowadays scientific terms by the realization that substances consist of a multitude of chemical elements that cannot be further broken down. The modern periodic table of elements, over 100 chemical substances, and atomic theory follow on from this. The significance of the ancient doctrine of the elements is primarily symbolic in nature. As a writer and poet, I stick to water in its literary and poetic form. Water is a central, multifaceted theme in literature, serving as a mirror of the soul, a symbol of life, transience of or danger, and a projection screen for longings. From ancient mythology to contemporary literature, this elements permeates writing as a metaphor for the subconscious, change and closeness to nature. This means that water is a literary motive and symbol is a mirror of the subconscious and emotions. Water often represents feelings, intuition, and the unconscious. Immersion in water is associated with immersion in fiction. Maybe this is a thesis. Water in the states of matter, solid, liquid, gaseous, reflects the tides and changeability of life. Water is not only positive, it may be dangerous in oceans. Rivers and lakes often embody the unknown, the power of nature, especially in literature, since Homer and Odysseus. But water is very positive too. In literature, and especially in fairy tales, it treats as the water of life or elixir of life. In this classic motive, water stands for healing and immortality, and in Christianity for baptism. On the other hand, water is unfortunately a scarce resource, which includes themes such as thirst and the struggle for survival. Here, threats have long been present with water shortages on some sites and flooding on others, as well as ecologically damaged waterways. In Germany, there had been long time been a form of green poetry known as nature poetry, long before the Green Party came into existence in the mid-1980s. This green poetry was rather traditional and oriented toward natural philosophy. Two names I give, Oskar Lorke and Wilhelm Lehmann, but it continues to this day, even in the USA. In America, a movement called phytopoetics is developing, combining magical knowledge with natural history and poetry. Some of it seems like spells from ancient times. I also notice this tendency in Austrian poetry collections, for example, in Sophie Nolin's and Ulrike Titelbach's Nightshade in Women's Hair Moss. Nachtschatten in Frauenhaarmoos auf Deutsch. Sehr schön. Moreover, in Germany, John von Düffel is an example whose prose and literature focus heavily on the topic of water. Von Düffel combines autobiographical experiences with ecological ones, following his early work of water, the burning lake, water, and other words, the little and the essential. So far, finally, I would like to summarize the significance of water in Chinese thinking. Water not only symbolizes life, but is also a fundamental metaphor for wisdom, adaptability, gentleness, and paradoxically supreme power. In Taoism, in particular, water is considered the ideal representation of the way, Tao, and of a virtuous life. As Lao Tse says, The highest virtue is like water. And in the Tao Te Ching, water is used as metaphor for the wise and the highest good. Again, water is representing the Tao, meaning that water flows naturally and in harmony with the flow of life. It represents the primordial state before differentiation, the formlessness that makes everything possible. Its status is non-competition. Water nourishes all things without competing and flows effortlessly. Water also always flows to the lowest places which are avoiding biasness. This symbolizes humility, the setting aside, and the ego and modesty. In the Chinese five-element system, water belongs to yin, while mountains belong to yang. Mountains represent hardness, stability, height, strength, and tranquility. Due to their soaring, wide nature, the mountains are assigned to the yang principle. Water represents movement, softness, flow, depth, and adaptability. It is therefore assigned to the yin principle. The interplay of the elements is important. Also, mountains are yang. Their shady side can be yin. The origin of yin and yang is often explained using the sunny or shady side of a mountain. Similarly, a very wide, rolling waterfall can be considered yang, while a calm lake is yin. Enough of that. The dense aesthetic design in Chinese mountain and water painting was highlighted in the two introductory lectures by Thorsten, Schirmer, and Giacomo Bruni. A similar density applies in philosophy itself, especially when it is related to painting and permeates its essence. Also, thank you very much for your attention. But if I have a little bit more time, I can show you at least my three books about China. This is, but it's always in Germany. Schöne Wolkentreffen, in German language. Schöne Wolkentreffen, eine Reisenovelle aus China. Oder Drachenrausch, Planieren in China. Das ist nicht, it's not Japanese people and Chinese people, my students. And the third book, mit dem Drachen tanzen, Erzählungen aus China und Deutschland. Also es sind 1000 Seiten, 1000 pages, and there is a small book of poetry as well. Yeah, so maybe this was my Beitrag.
All right, thank you so much, Wulf. You know, it's a sharp contrast what you explained about the gardens of Suzhou compared to Karolina's photos from nowadays, what they are doing with these gardens. And I was thinking during your lecture about one idea. What would happen to the Chinese people if a German scholar would held this lecture during the night at this garden, while all these Disney World lights and artificial bird sounds are singing? Would be maybe really a shame for the Chinese to hear this lecture and reflect about what they are doing right now. My opinion.
No, I don't think so. So my students were very young and interested in the foreign view of Chinese gardens, Chinese culture. Though I could talk about this, or I could read my texts, and there was no great disagreement. So I dedicated my books to the young people in China, my students. They had been very good friends, so I traveled with them, and many of very interesting places I visited together with my Chinese students. I'm not a sinologist, but I was a teacher for German literature, German philosophy, and German language, of course. And my people were the young students. So Leibniz had Jesuits long time ago, but I had this very lively young people, and so there was no disagreement between us. And of course, you mentioned Karolina. I was much interested in her in this special artistic reactions on the gardens in Suzhou, and about the modernization and the other forms of a newer form of to make some paintings, or to change from old traditional paintings to this virtualized new paintings.
Yes, thank you so much. You did a great job in China, in my opinion, and this transcultural process, which is so important for the younger generation to guide from the western to the eastern part, and otherwise in the opposite direction, is something that we have to do more and more to deepen the understanding between the cultures. And
yeah, I think so too. It's very important that we have a cultural exchange and not this strange opposite and conflict and struggle of cultures. It's something to learn. It's more to learn from Asian culture, from old Asian, Chinese or Japanese culture, than from Western culture. Western culture is very aggressive and very too much young.
How aggressive Western culture is, we learn just right now from the news. The US started to bomb the Iran the night. Same thing. But another question, Mrs. Ma would like to ask.
Yes.
Yeah, hi. I find it's a very fascinating connection you were drawn between the soul and the water, especially within the context of the Chinese and Western philosophy. When you explore the context of the soul is like the water, we look at these Western and Eastern interpretations. My question is, do you see more similarities or more difference in this interpretations or comparisons between these two cultures?
Yeah, it's very nice to hear Ms. Ma here. She was my student in Qingdao at the Ocean University of China, and she is now in Köln and studies and continued to give promotion in German literature. So maybe your English is better than my English, so I did not get your question. Maybe once more in a short time.
Yeah, when you make these interpretations of the soul is like water in the context of Chinese and Western philosophy, do you see more similarities or more difference in these interpretations?
Okay, more differences, because the term soul is to understand in a different way. The soul in Europe or Western culture is something maybe very religious and the one side. And the other side, in the modern philosophy, soul must to be explained by psychology and maybe by psychoanalysis. So we have another term of soul. In the Chinese culture and Japanese culture, the soul must be like water, come in harmony. So the status of harmony is more important. And this is not so in the Western, in the European culture. Is this enough, or must I say more?
Yeah.
Julian?
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much. And Wulf, maybe my question is, can't we just say that in Western culture we've got the separation, probably in the Christian way of looking at it, which was the soul, and then before that you also have with the Greeks something which is more about the animation as opposed like the inner concept of it, without the intimacy of the soul, but more something. And I'll defer to my Greek friends on the call, but this is probably closer to pneuma, and something which will animate from within the individual, as opposed to be something which is supposed to be judged at a certain point in time, and probably at the end of life. And that would probably be closer to air as opposed to water in Western culture. But that's I leave that question to you, Wulf, and of course other Greek speakers.
Yeah, I'm more interested in Taoism than in Christianity, but Christianity is a traditional, long history in our European countries. And yeah, in the Eastern sense, it's I told Tuma what it means in the Eastern sense. In Western sense, psychology or psychoanalysis is interesting, and we have many literary motives. So in our culture, maybe. So the Taoist philosophy is the value of the significance of water, and associates their basic concepts. It becomes a symbol for the cosmic path and means the Tao itself. In the Western countries, it means something else. And to talk about the soul and is maybe talking in terms of something else, because our soul must be, we have many questions what's about the soul, and in Eastern culture, the soul is more a kind of a state. You can complete yourself and get in harmony. To be occupied with the soul in our European countries is maybe more dangerous, more in despair, and it's the opposite of utopia and dystopia.
Very complex, you know. What is soul? Maybe the basic question of life, right? And
Yeah.
on the other hand, when we talk about soul in English, the Chinese use different words with different meanings, and it's really complicated to make sure that we talk about the same thing, you know. If Chinese talk about this topic, they use different words, different meanings. The Chinese language is so so different from the European languages that even to compare soul with the German word Seele, for example, it's not the same in my opinion. But so language is difficult to make use of in such a discussion. On the one hand, on the other hand, to compare soul with water, like Wulf did in his lecture, really indeed is a very typical Chinese opinion about it from the Taoism. You know, in Buddhism, for example, they have also different schools with different meanings about soul. You see, I follow in my artwork the path of Zen Buddhism, and it's a completely different kind of Buddhism compared with Tibetan forms or something like that.
Soul in Chinese philosophy or culture is more collective, and the soul in Western world is more subjective. So the ego is more combined with the soul, and emptiness or the state in the Eastern philosophy is really something else. But I like both aspects of you, and maybe we can combine it. And emptiness means something else than nothing or nothingness, right? As Jean-Paul Sartre said, no, being and nothingness. The words are similar, but the conception is something else. So the Chinese emptiness is something more I don't know what to say now.
Emptiness doesn't mean nothing.
Yeah.
You see, that's it. You see, Heidegger also talks about this.
Yeah, that's true.
All right. So far, thank you so much. The next topic comes from Lavinia, right? So,
yes.
The stage is yours.
Thank you very much. I'm gonna try to share my PPT. Just wait a sec. I'm not sure. Okay. Can you see it?
Yes.
Yes? Okay.
Yeah.
I'm gonna to introduce myself with 2 words. I'm
Can you just
Lavinia
put it full
Benedetti.
screen, please?
But now it's
Yes,
very
yes.
small.
Before I introduce myself, and then I put the
okay.
full screen. Okay. Because otherwise I cannot see your faces, and I feel like I'm speaking alone. Okay. So I'm Lavinia Benedetti. I'm from Florence in Italy. I reached my PhD in Tsinghua University in Beijing, and now I'm working in Sicily at the University of Catania. Okay, I study literature, and my main interests are gender in literature, crime in literature, and of course erotic literature also, both classical and contemporary. Okay. So I'm gonna put my PhD on full screen. Okay. I'm just beginning with say good morning to everyone. I'm very happy to be here. Thank you for your inspiring speech. And today I would like to speak about Jiayongming works and the meaning of water in her works. Jiayongming is a very renowned poet, contemporary poet. Maybe she doesn't need any introduction, but still I'm going to say few words about her. Wait a second. Okay. Oh, no, I did something wrong, maybe. Okay. I was saying that Jiayongming was born in Chengdu in 1955, She's not only a poet, but also a photographer, a painter, and a screenwriter. She graduated from the University of Electronic Science and Technology of China in Chengdu and worked as an engineer in a physics institute until 1986. Her literary career began to flourish in 1984 with the publication of her first major poetry collection, Nguyen, Women, a sequence of 20 poems that established her as one of the most powerful feminist voices in contemporary Chinese literature. In 1998, she founded the well-known cultural salon and bar in Chengdu. This is very famous. It's the Baye White Night, that is a cultural hub in Chengdu. And then she transferred in 2008 in another part of the center of Chengdu. In 2005, I'm sorry, she spent a period in Italy, and in 2012, she was awarded with a prestigious literary prize, precisely in Italy. Even she had this prize, her poetry is not so famous in Italy because we have just one translation and it is very difficult to access. Maybe it doesn't exist anymore, but she has been translated in English, French, German, Spanish, and Dutch. So she is very renowned in international world. Beginning with her poetry collection Nguyen of 1984, defined by the influential critic Tan Xiaodu as a major feminist intervention in the Chinese poetic field. Jai's poetic project aimed at reconstructing an authentic female consciousness with which she famously called Heye, White Night, like her bar. She also spoke of developing a specific female voice, Cisheng, capable of restoring women's subjectivity within a poetic tradition largely dominated by male perspectives. Her imagery was marked by yin elements, darkness, water, the moon, ghostly light, that became very influential in the 90s. And for this reason, she spoke about a black tornado in the poetry of that period. From the 90s onward, her poetics gradually shift. She moved beyond a solely female focus toward a broader postmodern feminist vision. The introspective search for Black Night, sometimes compared to Sylvia Plath's confessional poetics, gave way to an exploration of white, which she defined as Yanse de Yanse, the color of colors. Through white, the poetic eye began to include a you, opening her work to relationality and dialogue. Her language became more flexible, her imagery brighter, filled with light, energy, and clarity. Then particularly after 2005, she explicitly called for attentiveness to transformation. Her poetry increasingly became a critique of dominant modes of thought. She explored parallels between gender relations and the relationship between nature and urbanization. The poetic voice adopts an androgynous perspective, 自相同体, integrating male and female consciousness and expressing empathy for the victims of globalization, commodification, war, and ecological destruction. She affirms we are all vulnerable, and we are all, in some sense, male and female. Her poetry even took on an ecofeminist dimension.